Yeah, the ground forces of Iran's Revolutionary Guards held military drills on the country's southern coast. Meanwhile, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald has arrived at the U.S. naval base of Souda Bay on Crete, en route to joining a major military buildup in the Middle East amid heightened tensions between Washington and Tehran. U.S. President Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened Tehran with military action if it does not cut a new deal on its nuclear program. The Trump administration has built up the biggest U.S. military presence in the Middle East in decades as it pushes its adversary for concessions. The countries will hold their next round of nuclear talks on February 26th in Geneva. Now we welcome retired Lieutenant Colonel Himanshu Singh. She's a Defense and International Relations Analyst, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Singh, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Now, looking at this, ever since we last time talked or discussed this, do you think the U.S. Trump's patience level is becoming thinner and thinner towards Iran? And how do you analyze the build-up that, including USS Gerald heading to the region?
Good evening, Asuma. See, recently Steve Witkoff has himself said that Donald Trump is surprised that why Iran is not bowing down despite so much of escalation. So he was himself shocked. So they don't understand Iran and the people and its traits. So that's actually, surprising that you cannot just try and negotiate without knowing your adversary. So where, the entire thing boils down to, Iran is reminding the United States that it controls the geography of the escalation, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz. And United States, by positioning its carrier in Crete, is signaling that it retains the escalation dominance in sea and air. So what we are seeing as of now, that West Asia is not at war, it is actually rehearsing war. So when IRGC conducts, the drills in southern Iran, and they are having this exercise called 1404, it is not merely a military exercise. It is actually a strategic signaling which is aimed at Washington and Tel Aviv, that when United States positions its largest carriers, it is projecting its power without firing a shot, and that is what is, pressurizing the enemy. And moreover, now we see involvement of Israel also. Israel is also trying to push United States to attack Iran. So somewhere, there is a red line which is being crossed, and very clearly Iran is playing mind games, which I think Donald Trump is really frustrated about. And this is a layered deterrence. Iran will not fight, US with the first ballistic missile. It will keep waiting, because as you said, that they are going to happen another round of talks in Geneva. However, I don't see much coming out of this, because what Iran wants is a very responsible and respectful negotiation, to which the US administration will not agree. They are stuck at their points, and Iran is stuck at their points. So somewhere I think the United States will not abandon the region. It will keep staying there and start pressurizing Iran more and more. But it also wants to avoid a full-scale war in the Middle East, owing the geographical situation, moreover the ballistic power of Iran, and the asymmetrical warfare in which Iran is actually a master. So it is not the question whether tensions exist or not. It is the question whether the strategic patience which has been shown till now, though there are lot of dialogues coming from both sides about they will do this, that and all, but still they have been patient without fighting a bullet or a missile. But I don't think the war will happen because of declarations. It will happen because of miscalculations, which we will get to know after this 26th of February. Asuma.
Yes, indeed. I'm also surprised about how bold Iran has been in terms of their stance, and also in terms of their ministers and their leader speeches when we heard. They use very profound, strong words towards, U.S. So how do you analyze the capacity of Iran right now? And also, you rightfully mentioned Strait of Hormuz. How is Iran using the control over that strait in its negotiations?
Strait of Hormuz controls 20% of the world's oil trade, and that is a very, very strong thing, because the moment they block this, or they are doing exercises in the Strait of Hormuz as of now, the oil prices already go up, and this is going to benefit countries like Russia and all. They start selling oil at a very, very higher price, and the world economy will start reacting to this. So it is actually leverage that they have. Moreover, is Iran knows it cannot fight US alone. That is why, yesterday we had heard North Korean President Kim Jong saying it is going to support Iran. Even Russia has said they will not tolerate US attacking Iran. China somewhere, they in the background, they are trying to help. So somewhere the diplomacy of Iran is much stronger than what US has been doing, because US has made lot of enemies during this entire process. The Middle Eastern countries have refused to give them bases. UK has refused to give them bases. So somewhere the only thing they have is to fight from the sea. And IRGC, the way it is conducting its drill, is capable of targeting US ships through the missile power, because they have been testing more than 100 missiles have been fired and tested. Some new ballistic and ICBMs have come. In the 12-day war, we had never ever heard about the ICBM, but now Iran is capable of firing ICBMs also. So somewhere Iran, even if it does not win the war, it has the capability to give a befitting reply to any misadventure by US. So somewhere, we see Iran in a very strong position as of now, and they will also use their asymmetrical warfare tactics, where the Hezbollah comes in, the Houthis comes in. So that is why, the position of Iran is not as weak as the US has calculated, and that is why we see the rising frustration in Trump's expression of thoughts. Asuma.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Israel. Israel has sent a warning to Lebanon indicating it would target civilian infrastructure, including airports, if Hezbollah becomes involved in a potential US-Iran conflict. This message comes amid rising tensions as Iran and the US prepare for a third round of nuclear talks in Geneva later this week. Hezbollah, a powerful Iran-backed group, has previously clashed with Israel, suffering heavy losses in 2024. Its leader, Naim Qassem, has stated that the group is not neutral in the US-Iran standoff and is preparing to act. Meanwhile, the US is pulling non-essential staff from its embassy in Beirut amid growing security concerns. Now we welcome back our guest, retired Lieutenant Colonel Himanshu Singh. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel, for staying with us. As you know, we were discussing about Iran-US in our previous discussion, and you rightfully highlighted that how Iran is, even if Iran is not capable of winning this war, Iran will be able to give impactful comeback to US. We don't exactly know how damaging would that be, but it's not just going to do nothing. That's what we know from Iran. So how do you think Hezbollah suggesting, this, and also Hezbollah and all these proxies of Iran would be used in case that happens?
Asuma, see, this is a preemptive red line which has been declared by Israel, because Israel understands that Iran rarely fights directly, and strategic depth lies in the asymmetrical warfare, Hezbollah and the militia and the Houthis. And somewhere we know Hezbollah, backed by Iraq, has more than 1.5 million rockets with them. So if this war happens, Hezbollah will open its northern front and it will start targeting Tel Aviv and the Israeli territory. and somewhere they'll start damaging when they are fighting in Iraq. And Israel may respond by doing deep strikes in Lebanon. But we have to understand that, Hezbollah does not function only as a militia. It is embedded in Lebanon's political and security system. So the real message to Beirut is, which they are trying to give is not a direct message to Beirut. It is a message to Tehran that situation is unfolding in a various deterrence crisis. First of all, Iran is trying to signal the Tel Aviv and Washington that it is capable of coming back. Wherever since Israel was destroyed up to 6% when the 12 days war happened, and there were serious damages which happened even after breaking the Iron Dome of Israel, though it was considered to be the best defense system in the world. But yet, in the 12 days war, Iraq was able to break it and penetrate and attack many places in Israel. So that is why Israel want to actually, give a signal to Beirut that do not allow Hezbollah to use the bases. However, in case the war breaks out, Hezbollah will definitely get involved and it will start attacking places in Tehran. Sorry, in Israel.
Yes. We will be eyeing that. With that, I'd like to thank Lieutenant Colonel Singh for joining us and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now we move on to US. The US ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, has been banned from meeting French officials after failing to show up for a meeting at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Kushner was summoned following comments made by the U.S. Embassy regarding the killing of French far-right activist Quentin Deranque. The embassy had warned of rising violent radical leftism in France, which was seen as interfering in national debates. This marks the second time Kushner has been summoned without attending. In 2025, he was also asked to explain remarks on anti-Semitism in France. Now we move the focus on to Ukraine. On the 4th anniversary of Russia and Ukraine's war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, European leaders have reiterated their commitment to supporting Ukraine. Many have taken to their social media to express solidarity, pledging continued support until a lasting peace is achieved. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, marking the somber occasion, has vowed that Ukraine would not betray the sacrifices made by its people, asserting that peace with Russia would not come at an expense of those sacrifices. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer have led a video conference with Coalition of the Willing leaders to mark the anniversary once again, showing their unwavering support for Ukraine. British Prime Minister Starmer has called out Russian President Vladimir Putin, stating that it was he who was obstructing peace efforts, and has also announced the largest sanctions package since 2022, targeting 300 Russian energy companies. Additionally, at NATO headquarters in Brussels, NATO Chief Mark Rutte has also expressed support, highlighting that while promises of help are vital, they are not enough to end the war. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian president was set to host dignitaries, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, in Kyiv for commemorations. However, in contrast to previous years, no major Western leaders were expected to attend this time. Now we welcome Mr. Retired Major General Souda. He's a senior geopolitical and strategic defense expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, 4 years since this war started, or entering 5th year now, how do you analyze the current, the level of unity among European countries in terms of towards Ukraine in particular right now?
Asoma, good evening. Thank you for taking me for your show. If you look back to 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, that turned out to be the biggest and most prominent turning point in the Cold War 2.0 in 21st century. Turning point which depicted or highlighted the weaker profile of a superpower. You call it a declining superpower. Since then, a lot of flip-flops have taken place. Russia has already occupied 20% of the total land area of Ukraine, including Crimea. A lot of people have died. A lot of Ukrainians have actually left their country, gone to seek shelter in Europe and elsewhere in the world. The industries of both the sides are equally affected, but by virtue of the legacy power of Russia having got transferred to Russia, it is able to withstand and sustain the shocks and the demands of a war. So its defense industry has been able to bounce back and meet the requirement which are demanded by the conflict zone. So under these circumstances, the international relationship, your question is pointedly asking or pointing at what about the transatlantic relationship? Are they the same, the way they were standing united and supporting Ukraine at that point in time? Or
Yes,
have they become weaker? The answer
yes,
is they have become weaker because the existence of these European countries or the NATO members across the Atlantic in Europe, they have been left in a lurch. Uh, Take the example of Greenland issue, how they found it very difficult. There's just about 50 odd people who rushed to Greenland when Donald Trump at one point in time was threatening to invade and capture it. Okay, so the price rise of fuel, fertilizer, and food in Europe itself is actually made many of the economies experience recession. Germany has gone to the extent of promulgating or announcing a formal economic recession they are going through. The same is the case with more or less all the countries, and the living standards demand extra income. There is a problem of illegal immigrants
yes,
and such like issues. So under these circumstances, to provide extra bit of, and they also have been told by Donald Trump to raise their defense budget and expenses. So as of now, they themselves they're trying to consolidate. They're looking out for alliances with China and like-minded countries outside Europe.
yes,
America has left them in a lurch. So I personally feel that the unity as was existing way back in 2022 till as late as 2024 is no more longer there.
yes.
Ukraine can be assured, but things will take time to show itself on ground, and Ukraine has to calculate that vacuum and that void of lack of assistance and support coming to it country prior to this day. It may not be coming very forthrightly.
We will be eyeing that and coming back to you, Major General. Thank you for sharing that. Now, moving on to EU and Ukraine once again. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has appealed to the European Parliament for a 90 billion euro loan. Zelensky has stressed the loan is crucial for Ukraine's security and resilience. The European Union had hoped to approve a new sanctions package against Russia alongside the loan. However, Hungary has blocked both, citing tensions over Ukraine's actions on the Druzhba pipeline. Hungary and Slovakia accuse Kyiv of deliberately holding Russian oil supplies. Kyiv, in turn, says it is working to repair the pipeline after a Russian strike last month. Now we welcome back retired Major General Souda. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, as we were just talking, and you rightfully mentioned how Russia is able to sustain their war and demands international relations of Europe towards Ukraine has become difficult and weaker. What is this crack that we are seeing between Ukraine and Slovakia and Hungary now? Was it always there, and it's becoming deeper?
You see, but this difference was always there between Ukraine because Hungary and Slovakia, these are pro-Russian countries. From time to time, they have been giving statements in favor of Russia and also demanding that the various kinds of things that Russia, the conflict should end as is various basis. But these latest statements, when the fourth anniversary is being observed, it indicates that the cracks are becoming wider and deeper. When I say wider and deeper, there is a divide within the European Union and UK with regard to support, extending support to Ukraine for the ongoing conflict against Russia. Some of the countries, since the economy is in a downswing, they are looking out to revive the same by looking at the market. The worst factor which has been actually affecting their economy is the tariff. Fortunately, US Supreme Court has called it as illegal, and therefore Donald Trump has come down from wherever it was applicable to any particular country to the base level of 10% as per him. That is what he feels is allowed by the Constitution, and within 24 hours he's changed it to 15%. And as per my analysis, that also is highly objectionable because Constitution does not allow even that. He has to go back to
Yes.
the Congress sooner or later. This is applicable for 150 days, but after 150 days, if he doesn't prolong this particular tariff, he requires, it will be meaningless. So for that, he requires the support of the Congress or the approval of the Congress. So under these circumstances, the countries in the world, although regarding the ongoing conflict, have become divided, particularly in the European Union. But at the same time, because of tariff, I would say it is a blessing in disguise. It has united Europe. It has started actually bringing countries of Europe with multiple objective and national interest together to revive themselves as a component of the geopolitics in the world that matters, and as an entity in the world order which has got strategic autonomy. They are aspiring. You listen to the speech of President Emmanuel Macron, the
Yes.
other day. He has proposed that it's about time that all countries come together. We start asserting strategic autonomy. We start having our unity as an entity. European Union, they have a European Union. The Council is there, Commission is there, but they need to unite militarily. There is already a talk going on whether they should have a common military. So it is not viable as per me. That we can discuss later. But therefore, it has brought them together to fight any oncoming onslaught or any offensive coming against them in future. But towards Ukraine issue, I personally feel, I think enough of water has flown down the Thames, and therefore they need to actually do well by rethinking about the strategy. What has happened at the end of the fourth year is that the demands of Ukraine, or Zelensky being the spokesperson, being the president, has actually
Yes.
come down. In the heart of his heart, he knows that ceding any piece of land to the attacker requires ratification or approval of the parliament of Ukraine. Without that, he's got no lucus standi. He also knows that he cannot go on with this conflict. It has to come to an end.
Yes.
Peacemaking efforts are on, and we are hopeful that this mindless conflict comes to an end. Back to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for sharing that powerful message with us, Major General Souda. Thank you very much. Now, moving our focus on to Singapore, where our correspondent Roshan Gidwani is covering the visit of Yogi Adityanath, who is India's Uttar Pradesh's chief minister. The visit is focused on discussions around investment opportunities in sectors such as data centers, logistics hubs, renewable energy, and industrial infrastructure. Roshan Gidwani speaks with Piyush Gupta, former CEO of DBS Bank in Singapore, about the potential for growth in Uttar Pradesh as well. Let's listen in.
Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Today I'm standing here rather, with a very esteemed profile, none other than Piyush Gupta, who used to be the CEO of DBS Bank in Singapore. First and foremost, sir, how are you today? Loving the suit, looking good.
I'm in good shape. Been a year since my DBS days, but I've got an interesting portfolio which includes Temasek's Indian business, and given the occasion, that's a good hat to have.
Yeah. So, of course, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, is in Singapore. We're currently standing right outside the presidential suite where all the meetings are taking place. And, of course, the CM of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, came to Singapore with a plan and a mission to boost the economy of Uttar Pradesh to become a $1 trillion economy. In your view, of course, I crunched the numbers. I did the math, right? I think from 2015 to now, the GDP of Uttar Pradesh was around 15 crores, and then it moved to 30 crores. To achieve that $1 trillion economy, the growth must be super exponential.
Growing at 9% to 10% over a period of time, which is higher than the Indian average. So they start with a low base, but the traction has been quite laudatory. It's a big state. The population is large, so per capita numbers are obviously still very low. But if you look at all state aggregates, UP has moved up. It used to be the bottom of the provincial rung in India, and it's now, depending on the category, somewhere in the mid-levels. So whether they can hit $1 trillion economy in the short term is not entirely clear. In nominal terms, they might, but I think he's pressing all the right buttons. He's pulling all the right levers: manufacturing, tourism, some focus on agro, social services, infrastructure is massively improved. So I think he's doing the right things.
Yeah, you spoke about pressing the buttons, and then I'll ask you one more question, and I'll let you be on your way. What exactly are these buttons? In 2026 now, we have AI, we have infrastructure, like you said. As a banker yourself, which one is going to essentially give us the most profit?
So, one of the things they've done really well is built out Noida as an electronics hub. And so data center capacity is not just the BPOs and development capability centers. They're bringing a semicon investment in. They're bringing data centers in. It's very tech focused, and that's quite helpful. Defense is another industry. So they've set up a whole corridor for defense around Bundelkhand. And that's quite impressive because that is going to be an industry of growth for the region. Agri-services and, up and downstream. In UP, agriculture is still 25% of the economy. But they're focusing on trying to get better agriculture output and agri-services. So it is actually quite a broad range of industries that they've been focused on. Tourism is another one. They're number 2 today in terms of tourist footfall in the country among the states. The per capita tourist spend is low, but again, they're working on seeing how they can drive their tourism number up. So these are the kinds of things that we expect to be engines of growth.
Yeah, of course, Uttar Pradesh boasts 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the Taj Mahal including one of them. My last question to you, sir, is, whilst you were head of DBS Bank, I believe you did accrue a lot of fans. You were great at the helm there. I remember seeing you at Singapore FinTech Festival. What's your message to the people of Singapore and Uttar Pradesh as far as life, investments, portfolio, all of those things goes? What's your message with all your life experience?
Well, specific to India, I'm convinced that for Singapore, India is a fantastic opportunity in the coming decade, particularly given the geopolitics. Singapore-India relations and engagement in the last 4 or 5 years post-COVID has reached a new height, both the ministerial roundtable and the business roundtable. So my first message is an economic message to everybody. That India is an opportunity. Uttar Pradesh is, 10 years ago you wouldn't have said that, but ironically, Uttar Pradesh is a place that is worth focusing on and investing in. The broader message across the board is that we're in challenging times. We're in challenging times not just because of the geopolitics, but technology and AI. The outcomes of that are actually quite uncertain. So for all of us, the only answer is to be nimble, to be adaptable, and that's the only way we're going to be able to get forward.
Okay, fantastic. You heard it from the man himself. Of course, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, has allotted 500 acres to build a Singapore city in Noida itself. So if you're looking for a job out there, you're looking for opportunities, you heard it from Piyush Gupta himself. Be nimble, and you'll get it figured out. I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Thank you.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Suma Katauka. Today we're taking a closer look at the recently announced 15% tariffs by the US and what they mean for the trade deals that have already been signed with major countries. These tariffs have sparked concerns across the globe, with impacts on countries like India, the European Union, and South Korea. Let's break it down. On February 22, 2026, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Trump exceeded his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, striking down a key legal basis for the tariffs he imposed against countries including allies and foes alike. But in a not-so-surprised move, Trump did not accept the court's decision. Instead, he fired back with an executive order under a different trade law, Section 122, of the U.S. Trade Act of 1974 to introduce a blanket 10% tariff on all U.S. trading partners, raising it to a 15% levy the very next day. While this is being presented as a way to protect American industries, the move has already caused tensions with countries that have signed trade deals with the U.S. The big question now is what this means for deals that were already close to finalization or were just beginning to take shape. Let's start with the India-US trade deal. The US-India trade deal has been under discussion for months. Both countries were hoping to finalize a deal that would open up markets, reduce tariffs on agricultural products, and increase exchanges in technology and services. However, these new tariffs on steel and aluminum now put that deal at risk. India, one of the world's largest exporters of steel and aluminum to the US, will be hit hard. The tariffs could lead to a significant rise in the cost of Indian metal exports, undermining one of the key pillars of the proposed deal. According to reports, India is already considering plans to revisit the terms of its agreements with the US. However, the economic consequences of this could be far-reaching, impacting everything from agriculture exports to high-tech industries. Now let's look into the trade deal between the US and the European Union. The European Union was in the final stages of negotiating a massive trade deal with the US, which included opening markets and reducing non-tariff barriers and increasing collaboration on technology and green energy initiatives. However, the recently imposed tariffs have put a damaging spanner in the works. The EU has been an outspoken critic of Trump's trade policies, particularly the tariffs on European steel and aluminum. Hence now, the situation is at a crossroads. European leaders who were already concerned about the US turning towards protectionism are now demanding the US reconsider these policies. They have warned that such moves threaten to undo years of diplomatic and economic relations. The striking point, the EU has made it clear that it will retaliate if the US does not back down. The European Commission has been clear. The US must honor its trade commitments or face the consequences. With that being the case, will diplomacy win the day, or will we see an escalation of tariffs and retaliation? Next is this US-South Korea trade deal. South Korea, a key US ally in Asia, had been looking forward to revamping the 2012 US-South Korea trade deal. Both countries had already agreed on working to reduce steel tariffs and opening more sectors to mutual trade, particularly in automobiles and technology. However, the US's new tariffs have now thrown a wrench in the works. South Korea is one of the biggest suppliers of steel to the US, and this new tariff could undermine both the existing agreement and the proposed new terms. In response, South Korea is now consulting with the US government to discuss how to move forward. Officials in Seoul are hoping to negotiate exemptions or modifications to the tariff policy. But if this fails, it could lead to a full reconsideration of the trade deal. South Korea faces a dilemma: to retaliate or to seek compromise. This could potentially lead to a shift in the region's trade dynamics, impacting everything from technology exchanges to the auto industry. So what does this mean for the world? The impact of Trump's new tariffs is not limited to the countries directly involved. These policies have the potential to rattle the entire global economy. If these countries like India, the EU, and South Korea respond with retaliatory tariffs, it could quickly spiral into a full-blown trade war. We could see global supply chains interrupted, rising costs for consumers, and a general increase in market volatility. So, what's at stake here is the very fabric of global trade. Many economists have warned that this move could undermine the trade recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic, slowing down growth and causing economic instability. At the same time, countries may be forced to look at alternative markets or make their own counter strategies to mitigate the impact of these policies. The big question remains: can diplomacy prevail, or will the world face a new era of tariffs and trade wars? The big picture is this: Trump's tariffs could shift the global trade order, and the ripple effect will be felt by companies and consumers alike. But will these countries bend, or will the US become more isolated in its economic approach? The coming weeks will be crucial. For this, we welcome Mr. Erik Solheim. He's a former minister of Norway. Thank you very much, Mr. Solheim, for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting time in global affairs for sure.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for joining us. Now, first and foremost, as a politician and as an international affairs expert, I'd like to know your reactions on the latest tariffs.
I think the core issue here is that it's very, very hard at this point to trust the United States, because Trump imposed tariffs one day, then he got this setback with the Supreme Court, then imposed some new tariffs, and there is no certainty as to what the future will bring. I mean, the new tariffs will for sure be brought into the court system in the United States, and no one knows what will be the outcome of that. The Congress may be involved, which will make it much more difficult for Mr. Trump, and some of the new laws he will try to apply may also make all tariffs more temporary. And when the European Union or India or South Korea makes a deal with Trump one day, and the next day everything is undermined, because it makes it very, very difficult to trust any deal for the future.
Yes, thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Solheim. And now, by imposing a blanket 15% tariff on steel and aluminum, the US appears to be trying to bypass the US Supreme Court's decision. Since India and South Korea have existing preferential trade status, does this move effectively signal the end of the rules-based order in favor of a power-based order, where bilateral leverage is the only currency that matters?
Well, of course, the so-called rules-based order
Yes.
in the past was also very much exaggerated. There was always a balance between rules and power. In the case of Trump, power is the more dominant and rules seems to take the back seat. But look, any trade deal is a give and take. For example, when India went into this trade deal, it wanted to sell its aluminium and steel to the United States. It accepted some hard bargain from the United States on agriculture. As in Prime Minister Modi had been widely criticized for accepting some of the American terms on agriculture. But this is a give and take, it's a balance. He, of course, then thought that he got more on steel and aluminium than he lost on agriculture. But if this balance is undermined, of course the trade deal will fall.
What we can do as
Slovak PM Fico holds emergency power supplies, tying electricity support to stalled Russian oil flows. A pipeline dispute now spills into EU politics. Ukraine plays down impact but flags political pressure. Let's understand what this standoff really means. Hello, I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching another episode of Explained with me. Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico has made a bold move, announcing that his country will halt the emergency electricity supplies to Ukraine. This decision follows a direct ultimatum made to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier. Prime Minister Fico has stated that the power shutdown will remain in place until Ukraine reopens a key pipeline transporting Russian oil to Slovakia. Before we proceed, let's listen to his statements.
Pred prijatím dnešného prvého recipročného opatrenia proti Ukrajine pre nepriateľské akty prezidenta Zelenského som mal záujem telefonicky s prezidentom Ukrajiny hovoriť a získať odpoveď, kedy a či vôbec budú obnovené dodávky ropy na Slovensko. Obdržali sme správu, že ukrajinský prezident je pripravený na rozhovor až po 25. februári tohto roku. Vzhľadom na závažnosť situácie a vyhlásený stav ropnej núdze na Slovensku sme za týchto okolností nútení pristúpiť k prvému recipročnému opatreniu okamžite. Bude zrušené i hneď po obnovení tranzitu ropy na Slovensko.
Now, the situation that led to this point has been brewing for some time. Just 2 days before the announcement, Slovakian Prime Minister Fico took to social media warning Ukrainian President Zelensky that if Ukraine did not restore the flow of Russian oil via the Druzhba pipeline, Slovakia would stop providing emergency electricity. Fico went further, declaring on his Facebook page that any further requests for assistance from Ukraine would be denied unless the oil transit was resumed. Meanwhile, Ukraine's grid operator Ukrenergo has responded by clarifying that it had not received any official notification about the halt as of now. However, the Ukrainian authorities have assured that this development would not disrupt Ukraine's power grid, which had only made limited requests for emergency power in the last month. Now, the Slovak Prime Minister has made it clear that the stoppage would be lifted once oil supplies were restored, adding that if the situation persisted, Slovakia would consider further critical steps. He has even hinted that Slovakia might revisit its previously positive stance on Ukraine's European Union membership. The issue at the heart of the dispute is the Druzhba pipeline, a major oil route from Russia to Central Europe that passes through Ukraine. This pipeline was shut down after a Russian drone strike damaged infrastructure on January 27th last month. Ukraine has since been working to repair the damage, but Slovakia and its neighbor Hungary have voiced frustration, accusing Ukraine of causing the prolonged outage and declaring emergencies over the reduced oil deliveries. The context here is important. Despite the European Union's 2022 ban on most Russian oil imports, the Druzhba pipeline was exempt. This exemption allowed Slovakia and Hungary time to seek alternative sources of oil, but that process has been slower than anticipated. Additionally, Slovak Prime Minister Fico's comments have also touched on the broader geopolitical landscape. He has refused to invoke the Slovak Republic in the latest European Union loan package to Ukraine, citing what he called unacceptable behavior by President Zelensky. Prime Minister Fico has referred to Ukraine's earlier decision to halt Russian gas supplies after a 5-year-old transit agreement expired on January 1st of 2025. He has claimed that this decision has caused Slovakia damages of around 500 million euros or approximately $590 million per year. Now, moving from Slovakia's frustrations, this situation has also drawn sharp criticism from Hungary, with Prime Minister Viktor Orban accusing Ukraine of engaging in open political blackmail. Orban's comments must be viewed in the background of the Druzhba pipeline getting severed by a Russian drone strike that happened last month, and with what we discussed earlier. The Hungarian Prime Minister also insists that his government has found no technical obstacles to resuming oil flows through the pipeline. He has pointed out that the decision to restore oil transit lies squarely with Ukraine. Both Hungary and Slovakia are blaming Ukraine for the ongoing disruption, accusing it of deliberately blocking the oil deliveries. Now let's hear from Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban as he addresses the ongoing tensions and his stance on the pipeline issue.
Arról is tájékoztatnom kell az országgyűlést, hogy hazánk történetében példátlan módon keleti szomszédunk, a háborúban álló Ukrajna január 27-től kezdődően blokkolja az olajszállításokat a barátság kőolajvezetéken. Jelentem a tisztelt háznak, hogy a kormány megvizsgálta a helyzetet, és megállapította, hogy a szállítások újraindításának nincs technikai akadálya. Ukrajna döntésén múlik, újra indítja-e a vezeték működését, vagy sem. Egyre világosabb, hogy nyílt politikai zsarolásról van szó.
Again, it is important to note that Hungary and Slovakia are currently the last remaining EU members still relying on Russian oil transported through Druzhba pipeline. Moreover, Hungary appears determined to block new EU sanctions on Russia over the pipeline dispute. So let's take a closer look at this. At the same time, Hungary appears determined to block new EU sanctions on Russia over the pipeline dispute. Just yesterday, on the 23rd of February, Hungary made headlines again, this time by vetoing the European Union's 20th sanctions package against Russia. The move was a significant setback for the EU as it blocked additional measures aimed at Russia over its ongoing war in Ukraine. EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, has confirmed that the decision would delay further actions, though she emphasized that work on sanctions continues. Meanwhile, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban took to social media to announce his country's veto. Orban linked the veto directly to the ongoing situation with the Druzhba pipeline, which remains shut. Moreover, Orban outlined Hungary's countermeasures, including halting diesel shipments to Ukraine and rejecting military aid. He also confirmed that Hungary would not accept the EU's 20th sanctions package unless oil deliveries through the Druzhba pipeline are restored. Hungary's Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó had earlier indicated that the country would also block a €90 billion EU credit to Ukraine until the pipeline issue was resolved. Now, Germany's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul has expressed surprise at Hungary's position, warning that such actions could be seen as betraying Europe's shared struggle for freedom and sovereignty. Polish Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski has echoed similar concerns, accusing Hungary of blackmailing Ukraine. Kaja Kallas, visibly frustrated, has said that she was disappointed that no agreement had been reached, particularly with the war's anniversary marking such a significant day. She has also noted that EU leaders, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, would raise the issue directly with Orban during their upcoming visit to Kyiv. But Kallas has shared about a backup plan if Hungary maintains its veto. One possibly being discussed is using frozen Russian assets to fund EU support for Ukraine. This plan B would allow the EU to move forward even if Hungary continues to block the €90 billion aid package. As the EU struggles to reach a consensus, Kallas has also announced a cap on the Russian diplomatic staff in the EU and moved to deny Schengen visas to Russian soldiers who have fought in Ukraine, labeling them as potential war criminals or saboteurs. These developments hold significance as we reach the fourth anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the fourth-year anniversary, European leaders have reiterated their commitment to supporting Ukraine. Many have taken to their social media to express solidarity, pledging continued support until a lasting peace is achieved. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, marking the somber occasion, has vowed that Ukraine would not betray the sacrifices made by its people, asserting that peace with Russia would not come at the expense of those sacrifices. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer have led a video conference with coalition of the willing leaders to mark the anniversary, once again showing their unwavering support for Ukraine. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called out Russian President Vladimir Putin, stating that it was he who was obstructing peace efforts, and has also announced the largest sanctions package since 2022, targeting 300 Russian energy companies. Additionally, at NATO headquarters in Brussels, NATO Chief Mark Rutte has also expressed support, highlighting that while promises of help are vital, they are not enough to end the war. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian president was set to host dignitaries, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, in Kyiv for commemorations. However, in contrast to previous years, no major Western leaders were expected to attend this time. That's all for now. For this episode of Explained, stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
With the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News 6 World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Former British Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct on public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified white-collar intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump has threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games, after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington could easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. The U.S. ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, has been barred from meeting French government officials after failing to appear at the foreign ministry, where he was summoned over earlier remarks about the killing of far-right activists in France. French officials said the no-show was a breach of diplomatic expectations. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russian and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former President Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. Now for this hour, we start with Russia and Ukraine. On the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, European leaders have reiterated their commitment to supporting Ukraine. Many have taken to their social media to express solidarity, pledging continued support until a lasting peace is achieved. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, marking the somber occasion, has vowed that Ukraine would not betray the sacrifices made by its people, asserting that peace with Russia would not come at the expense of those sacrifices. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer have led a video conference with Coalition of the Willing Leaders to mark the anniversary, once again showing their unwavering support for Ukraine. British Prime Minister Starmer has called out Russian President Vladimir Putin, stating that it was he who was obstructing peace efforts, and has also announced the largest sanctions package since 2022, targeting 300 Russian energy companies. On the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, European leaders have reiterated their commitment to supporting Ukraine. Many have taken to their social media to express solidarity, pledging continued support until a lasting peace is reached. We have a breaking news coming in from Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin has reportedly accused Ukrainian intelligence services and Western agencies, saying that they were behind most of the attacks against Russia in recent weeks. He has said that the number of terrorist attacks against his country has increased, with a particular focus on possible threats to Russia's energy pipelines, which he believes Ukraine may target in the future. Moreover, Putin has also claimed that Ukraine is trying to undermine the peace process. He has stressed the importance of strengthening Russian defenses of strategic infrastructure, particularly energy facilities, in light of these risks. In a rather grave tone, the Russian leader has warned that Ukraine and its allies were so committed to defeating Russia that they were pushing themselves to the edge, a decision which he claims that they would later regret. Now we welcome retired Colonel Sanjay Sirohi. He's an international relations and defense expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Colonel, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at Russia and Ukraine as the war enters a fifth year now, how do you analyze the current support for among your European leaders and among European countries for Ukraine? Do you think they're still as united as they were before?
Thank you very much, Asuma, and good evening to you. Now the war has entered the fifth year, and as you have rightly mentioned, that the coalition of the European Union and the Americans, when it started off, was very, very tight, and they were very, very strong. But now, as Americans have now more or less withdrawn from their support to the Ukraine, and European Union is trying to support them, but I don't think it will be of any use to them, because now the war is almost lost by the Ukraine. And I think the peace deal is the only answer at the moment. And instead of supporting Ukraine against Russia in a war, it will be better that the European Union, they come together and make sure that whenever the peace deal take place, it is some concessions are given to Ukraine, so that there is some face saving for Zelensky to show to it his own people. Asuma.
Yes. Colonel, please stay with us as we will be hearing the statements made by Ukrainian president on the 4th anniversary of the war.
When this conflict broke out 4 years ago, it was assumed it would be a matter of weeks before Putin took the whole of Ukraine. That's what everybody believed to be the case. 4 years later, the Ukrainians are holding out against that aggression. Holding out on the front line, where the circumstances are extremely challenging, but also holding out in the civilian life, where every day Ukrainians get up and go to work as a sign of resilience and defiance of the aggression.
Because a promise of help does not end a war. Ukraine needs ammunition today and every day, until the bloodshed stops. Ukraine continues to blunt Russia's aggression, and despite Putin's posturing, Russia has failed to meet their ambitions on the battlefield.
We welcome back retired Colonel Sanjay Sirohi. Thank you very much, Colonel, for staying with us. As we've seen the coalition of the willing still being united, we know that Slovakia and Hungary have said that. I think Slovakia has said that they will be stopping, they will be vetoing the further support, a 90 billion euro support or 90 million euro support towards Ukraine. How do you analyze the cracks that's opening between the European countries, which seemed that they were more united before this year?
Look, Asuma, when the war started off, that time all European countries thought that it is a question of time only, and then with the force what the Americans were supporting and the European Union was supporting Ukraine, they thought this war is going to end very soon, and they were ready to face any hardship. But after 4 years, they have realized that the hardships have increased as far as the Slovakia and Hungary are concerned. Now there is an energy crisis in Ukraine. The oils which were coming to Slovakia and Hungary, they have also been affected by the disruption in the pipeline. So I think now most of the countries have realized that there is no point of fighting a losing war. And I think Zelensky, he may be talking about anything, about the resilience of Ukrainian people and holding out to Russian attack. But I think he has already lost the battle. 20% of their territory has already been occupied by the Russians. So I think it is just a matter of time when Putin has to agree to all the terms which have been set by the Americans and the Russians. So because now the crack has also come up between the European Union also. So it is better that the things they improve, and Zelensky agrees for talk and then agrees also to give concession or to give territory to Russia so that this war stops. Because until the war stops, this restriction of Ukraine will continue, and this is continuing for last 4 years. I think the total country has been devastated by the Russian attacks, whether they are missiles or drones, and they are basically now attacking the energy sector, and as a result of which the people are suffering in sub-zero temperatures. Asuma.
Yes, we will stay on this. Please, Colonel, stay with us as we come back to you. Now, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, speaking at the Coalition of the Willing meeting in Kyiv, declared that Russia is not winning the war. Speaking for the 4th anniversary of the conflict, he has emphasized that Ukraine's allies must keep supporting the country's defense despite the ongoing peace talks. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has pointed out that Russia has suffered 500,000 casualties while gaining less than 1% of Ukrainian territory, has also noted that President Putin is the main obstacle to progress in the peace talks, urging continued military support for Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Whatever Putin tells himself and his people, Russia is not winning. And we must shift the narrative into that place with greater force and determination. And just to underscore that point, in the last year, Russia has suffered 500,000 casualties to gain and occupy less than 1% extra of Ukrainian territory. That is not a country that 4 years into a conflict is winning. We must continue to help Ukraine defend herself and not get drawn into the idea that because there are talks going on, that somehow that means that we don't have to do the hard yards of helping Ukraine to defend herself. We know that Putin is dragging his heels. We know that when it comes to the talk, there's one person standing in the way of progress in those talks, and that is Putin, and nobody but Putin.
Now we welcome back retired Colonel Sanjay Sirohi. Thank you very much, Colonel, for staying with us. You know, we've heard Keir Starmer say that he thinks Russia is not winning. What's your take? And also, you know, do you think Russia is able to sustain this shocks and demands of this war while Ukraine's support towards Ukraine, even monetarily, is declining, the international support?
Well, what UK Prime Minister Mr. Starmer is saying is I don't agree with him, because Russia may not be winning at the same pace it was winning earlier, but Russia has still occupying 20% of Donbass region. So I think the Russia has already achieved the victory. And as for the casualty of Russia is concerned, that is absolutely right. The 500,000 people may have died, but Russia is getting support from North Korea. So as far as the personals or military personals are concerned, Russia is not in a problem. I think Ukraine is more in a problem because they are also losing their people. So if you keep on telling Zelensky that Russia is not winning and you keep on fighting, I think you are doing injustice to Mr. Zelensky, because he has already lost 20% of the territory. The whole of the country has been devastated. The people there are living in sub-zero temperature, without electricity, without heating appliances. So I think it is totally incorrect appreciation on the part of UK Prime Minister. And I think instead of telling Zelensky to fight it out, it would be better the European Union get together and make sure that the peace talks take place at the earliest, and the peace is established with giving some concession to Russia and as saying that Putin is the only person who is now hindering these talks. Obviously, Putin is the president of the country. Now, if Putin does not take whatever he wanted to take, then what Putin will tell his public that for last 4 years they have been fighting and what they have achieved. So I think it is just waste of human resources, it is waste of the country resources, and I think it will be the interest of both the parties to go into a peace deal and sort out this problem once for all. Asuma.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for sharing such an important message with us, Colonel Sanjay Sirohi. Thank you. Now we move the focus on to US. FedEx has filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration, seeking a full refund of tariff payments it made under policies ruled illegal now by the US Supreme Court. The complaint lodged in the US Court of International Trade challenges tariffs imposed using the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. The Supreme Court recently ruled that Trump overstepped his authority with these tariffs. While the court did not specify whether businesses are entitled to refunds, experts expect a wave of lawsuits in the coming years. FedEx is asking for a refund of duties paid last year, plus interest and legal fees. The company joins others, including Costco and Revlon, in seeking compensation. Now we welcome Mr. Peter Cardillo. He's a chief economist at Spartan Capitals, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Cardillo, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, from an economic perspective, what could be these broader implications for U.S. businesses if court starts awarding refunds for tariffs deemed unlawful?
Well, I think, it's probably going to be tied up in the courts for a long time now. FedEx, sued for a full refund, and of course, this is not going to be the only case that we're going to hear. There are going to be a lot more, and of course, the question is how long and how does the United States pay back this money? And that was not discussed in the Supreme Court's decision. So I think it's a question of a long haul here, and until the courts decide on how this money is to be paid back, I think these lawsuits for now are basically meaningless.
Yes. So how might this wave of successful tariff refund lawsuits affect the future U.S. trade policy and the government's ability to use emergency powers to impose tariffs?
Well, look, there's no question that this administration is determined to use tariffs in one way or another, and we saw that President Trump resorted to Section 122, and he has about 90 days before Congress has to approve it. Now, it all depends on the lawmakers. If Congress approves it, then he'll go ahead with it, and if not, he'll find another loophole, and it'll continue that way until he runs out of options. And then, of course, I think at the very end, the bottom line is this, that trade deals will be made, and not at 10 or 15%, but at a lower tariff level.
So what impact could these refunds have on the federal budget?
A very big impact, and I think that's a good question in the sense that how does the Treasury repay this money?
And do you expect these kinds of legal challenges to change corporate behavior in global supply chains, for example, in sourcing or pricing strategies?
I'm not sure, but it can. It's something we just have to wait and see.
Influence international trade negotiations and the credibility of U.S. commitments.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. So I asked, how might this uncertainty around tariff legality influence international trade negotiations and the credibility of U.S. commitments with trading partners?
Well, for now, I think, it gives leverage to some of the bigger countries that have not made a deal or have made a deal. They may actually have to renegotiate them. Some of the smaller companies, obviously, countries are obviously going to either get stuck in their present deals or, again, put up a fight. But the bigger ones, such as China, India, the EU, I think that they will challenge, and we just have to wait and see how the challenge from the bigger trading partners come to fruition. And as I said before, at the end, I think there will be trade deals made, perhaps not to the likings of the present administration, but obviously an expansion of this administration's desire as to try to bring manufacturing, et cetera, and all of that is likely to continue, but at a different pace and, of course, at different agreements.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Cardillo for joining us and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to China. China has said that it has imposed export restrictions on dozens of Japanese firms in order to curb Japan's remilitarization and its nuclear ambitions. The measures cover exports of dual-use items which can have civilian and military uses to 20 Japanese entities, including subsidiaries of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Japan's Space Agency. This comes as when Japan had said that the export restrictions by China on 40 Japanese companies were absolutely unacceptable and deeply regrettable. Japanese government spokesperson Kiesato has said that Japan has strongly protested against these measures and has demanded their withdrawal. Meanwhile, China's Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Mao Ning has responded. Let's listen into what she has shared.
具体的问题呢，建议你向中方的主管部门了解。我想说的是，为了维护国家安全和利益，履行防扩散等国际义务，中方依法依规采取措施，目的是制止日本再军事化和拥核企图，完全正当合理。
Now we move on to India. The Indian embassy in South Korea has issued a travel advisory after social media influencer Sachin Awasthi and his wife alleged that they were detained and denied entry while visiting Jeju Island. The embassy has clarified that the Jeju visa waiver scheme allows entry strictly for short-term tourism and that it does not permit travel to mainland South Korea. It has also stated that entry is solely determined by immigration authorities at Jeju International Airport, and that the visa waiver scheme does not guarantee entry. Moreover, the advisory warns Indian nationals that traveling from Jeju to mainland South Korea without a valid visa is illegal, and such actions could lead to penalties including travel bans. This advisory follows claims made by Awasthi, who alleged that he and his wife were detained for nearly 38 hours in South Korea and China. In posts on Instagram, Awasthi has described being refused entry upon arrival and taken to holding facility where he claimed the conditions were confining and compared them to a jail with no sunlight or outside access. Awasthi has also claimed that they were pressured to purchase an expensive return ticket and faced additional restrictions including limited phone access and minimal food and water. Now we move on to South America. At least 14 people have died and 440 people were displaced after heavy rains hit the southeastern Brazilian city of Juiz de Fora. According to reports, the rain triggered flooding and landslides, and classes in municipal schools were suspended. The Brazilian authorities have said that specialized teams have been mobilized to respond to incidents and search for missing people. The authorities have added that federal and state agencies have been called in to support the city in Minas Gerais state. Now moving our focus to Singapore, where our correspondent Roshan Gidwani is covering the visit of Yogi Adityanath, who is India's Uttar Pradesh's chief minister. The visit is focused on discussions around investment opportunities in sectors such as data centers, logistics, hubs, renewable energy, and industrial infrastructure. Roshan Gidwani speaks with Ashok Agrawal, the Executive Director, RPI AI Lab, and his wife, Ranjana Agrawal, who grew up in the same town as Yogi Adityanath, about the potential for growth in Uttar Pradesh. Let's listen in.
Hello, I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Today, I'm here with Ranjana Agarwal. She actually grew up in the same town that the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, is from. Ranjana, did you actually know the Chief Minister?
Earlier, not. My parents knew him, and even my great-grandfather knew him, and his Guruji also, Digvijaynath. And means we did not know Gorakhpur would change so much after he came into news. And yeah, I left Gorakhpur in 93. So after that, yes, it's a big change in Gorakhpur since he's the CM.
What exactly has been the change?
Oh, you should go and visit Gorakhpur now. It was a small town. Now it's a very two-tier town of UP. I think it's just next city to Lucknow. And the changes are immense. I just see everything on YouTube, every detail of Gorakhpur, whichever is taking change, because it's my hometown. And I feel great nostalgia. So I just watch and I try to go visit. But my parents have moved from Gorakhpur,
So you're with here today. We're currently outside the presidential suite where Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, is having meetings with investors. You're here with your husband, who just told me off camera that you're essentially, you run, or you can come into the frame, sir. Hi, sir. What was your name again?
Ashok Agarwal.
Okay, now Ashok, you said you run an AI accident center. Tell me more.
So in Singapore, I have a IT company, and we have worldwide, we have 150 engineers, out of which almost 50 engineers are AI engineers. I'm so excited after AI Summit that I would like to have a AI Excellence Center in UP or closer to Gorakhpur or in Lucknow.
What do you envision, or what are your hopes for the future of Uttar Pradesh? Do you see it as becoming a huge AI hub and, of course, like a hub where more people can work?
I certainly believe, because I have met many people from UP especially, and I believe it's an excellent place where there are talent. It's just that you have to identify and groom them. And then they will be one of the forefront in AI, certainly.
Fantastic. And Rachana, one last question. If you could describe Yogi Adityanath's rise to becoming the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh in 3 words, what would those 3 words be? And they can be in Hindi as well.
Yeah, Unnati, Pragati, or Vishwas.
Okay, Vishwas. You got to have faith. You got to believe in what you stand for.
Because he's finished the Dawn Mafia world of UP, which we had faced when we were growing up. It was too bad. But now the girls are free. They can roam around. They can study. And then nobody is going there. No road Romeos, I think, no more there. But when we were growing up, it was very bad. And Yogi ji has finished it all.
It's a new day with CM Yogi Adityanath at the helm. And this is Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Thank you.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
That's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching The World Reports on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Former Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russia and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. A landmark social media addiction trial resumed with a YouTube executive insisting that the Google-owned company's aim was not to give people value, not hook them on harmful binge viewing. And now for your top story this hour. European leaders, including Finnish President Alexander Stubb and Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, have arrived in Ukraine to mark the 4-year anniversary of Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga welcomed them, highlighting the solidarity of the Nordic-Baltic 8 in supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom and justice. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has also arrived in Kyiv, where she is greeted by Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga with a bouquet of yellow and blue flowers. Her visit underscores the EU's continued commitment to Ukraine amid ongoing conflict with Russia. To the top. Minister Ulf Kristersson has arrived in Ukraine to mark the 4-year anniversary of Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga welcomed them, highlighting the solidarity of the Nordic-Baltic 8 in supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom and justice. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen also arrived in Kyiv, where she was greeted by Ukraine's foreign minister with a bouquet of yellow and blue flowers. We're now being joined by Souda, who's a political commentator joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you, Saul, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. How can EU's visits and declarations of solidarity be translated into concrete political, military and economic support, especially amid stalled sanctions and aid debates within the bloc?
Well, the Europeans over the past 4 years of Putin's 3-day war, entering now its 5th year, have completely failed to live up to what they were supposed to do for standing by Ukraine. They have tried their best. However, the problem is that they've been put in such a situation by their previous leaders, such as Angela Merkel in particular, that it made it very difficult for them really to sanction Russia in the way that they needed to, in a way that would cause them pain points. Because of that, the war has dragged on a lot longer than it needed to. So for their visits into Kiev are a symbolic gesture, which is nowhere near as good as it would have been to do actually more material aspects to the sanctions. But hopefully this will be a turning point. Who knows? Certainly the Russians are currently on the back foot, if not technically on the battlefield. Their economy is grinding itself into the dust and will eventually grind to a halt, whereas Ukraine, on the other hand, is receiving essentially an infinite supply of Western aid to keep it afloat. The Russians do not have that, and there's no one to back up Russia. And so when Russia runs out of money, that's the end.
And how might this anniversary visit influence the ongoing peace negotiations, including expectation for future talks and security guarantees?
Well, the ongoing talks seem to have ground to a halt. It's been going on for really since the beginning, but since Trump came in more than a year ago at this point, they've been at full force. You have people like Witkoff making efforts in that regard. And so far, they have yielded nothing. And the reason they've yielded nothing is because, while, as we mentioned, Russia is destroying its economy and turning it into a few cornfields in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are in no such position. So the Russians are destroying their economy, but as soon as they stop the war, then the gas that they've been pumping into their economy by turning their economy into a fully war economy evaporates, and at that point it will crash. So Putin can't stop the war because that will be the end of him. But in the long run, he can't continue the war because he will simply run out of resources.
And with the war obviously on their 4th year for the anniversary, what long-term reconstruction and recovery challenges are Ukraine facing, and what role should Europe play in addressing them? As we know, Russia are targeting energy infrastructure and railways quite often, and it's looking like, even though the EU are giving them a lot of aid with lots of money, Russia seem to constantly try and go after how their humanitarian aid is needed more than military aid, I feel like, at the minute. What do you think?
Yes, well, the situation currently is that Ukraine is digging in. They're digging vast networks of trenches and abutments to make it very difficult for the Russians to advance very much farther than they already have. And for the world's second greatest military, as people were describing them 4 years ago, the fact that they really managed to barely move 100 kilometers from their own borders is absolutely embarrassing. And my guess is that even though the aid for Ukraine is insufficient and should be higher, it is sufficient to allow them to continue hanging on, to continue holding the line, more or less, while Russia trades vast numbers of their own young men and military stockpiles for small tracts of territory with minimal value. As they continue to do that, the war will grind to a halt, and at some point, it is likely to reverse. And it will continue to go very, very slowly until suddenly, at some point, the Ukrainians find some kind of chink that they can take advantage of and will move forward, or simply, as we've already seen, a mutiny in the Russian ranks. Their top general, if you recall, about 2 years ago, turned his tanks and men around and headed north to Moscow. And that was only stopped by some kind of last-minute deal. And then he was assassinated a few months after that. So the situation there is very uncertain, but Russia is certainly a lot weaker than some of the people who will come on your program will tell you they are. They have a veneer of strength, but their weapons are insufficient. They're incapable of matching up to Western weapons. And right now, the war has shifted into a kind of unusual trench war, but one that is bolstered by drones in every direction. So both sides are using every day tens of thousands of drones. If the reports are true, and there is evidence that they are, the Russians are losing more than 30,000 men every day to death and tens of thousands more to injury, the Russians will soon enough have to end this war. But as we said, if they do end the war, their economy collapses. And they have lost so much. Russia will never be the same after this war. Even if Russia managed to capture the 4 regions that they have demanded from the Ukrainians, if they manage to do that, and there's no prospect of that happening soon, the result would be for them complete economic catastrophe, complete isolation from the rest of the world. They have lost 1 million men to death and serious injury, and they have lost millions more young people who have left Russia. Their best and brightest have left Russia and now live in Dubai, and they live in Morocco. Some of them have moved to Egypt and Turkey. Some are living in Europe, and some have moved to the United States. Those people will never return. That will be ultimately the biggest price they will pay, that those million plus young people, their best and brightest, are lost to them. And let me go into the next generation or two, where the world is constantly going to be under pressure for young, capable talent as population shrinks in Western countries, including Russia, but Russia's population has been shrinking for decades already. Those people are gold for an economy, and they have lost those things, and all they have to show for this is a couple of 1,000 square kilometers of farmland now riddled with mines and weaponry in Western Ukraine. And to get that, they have traded actually trillions of potential value from their economy.
Thank you so much, Saul, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has stated that Russian President Vladimir Putin failed to achieve his objectives following Russia's invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago. Marking the war's 4th anniversary, Zelensky declared that Ukraine remains resilient and committed to achieving lasting peace. Furthermore, in an interview, Zelensky urged former US President Donald Trump to visit Ukraine in order to truly understand the situation. Zelensky emphasized that Ukraine's sovereignty could not be compromised and warned that giving in to Putin's demands would result in disastrous consequences. As the conflict enters its 5th year, key challenges remain, including securing guarantees from Ukraine's allies regarding future security and peace efforts. Let's listen in.
Не досягнув своїх цілей, не зламав українців, не переміг в цій війні. Ми зберегли Україну, і ми зробимо все, щоб здобути мир і щоб була справедливість. До весни менше тижня. Ми долаємо найважчу зиму в історії. Це факт. І це дуже непросто. Непросто всім вам. Але так само, як у перший день війни, ми продовжуємо будувати своє завтра. Крок за кроком, справа за справою, здобуток за здобутком.
China has imposed export restrictions on 40 Japanese companies, citing national security concerns as tensions between the two countries escalate. The measures target dual-use items that can have civilian and military applications, affecting companies including Mitsubishi and subsidies Subaru and Japan Space Agency. According to reports, the restrictions aim to curb Japan's remilitarization. Reports claim that Japan has lodged a protest and says it will respond appropriately. The dispute reportedly follows Japanese Prime Minister Sunai Takaichi comments on Taiwan and has contributed to a sharp drop in Chinese tourism to Japan. We are now being joined by Collins Chong-Yu-Keat, who's a foreign affairs, security and strategy analyst. Thank you for joining us here today on News X World. How do China's new export controls on dual-use goods to Japanese firms reflect Beijing's strategic concerns about Tokyo's military posture? And what does this mean for regional security dynamics in East Asia?
Well, Ali, this is expected. We have seen how this pressure is being escalated by Beijing, and this focus on dual-use items, also on the export controls on these Japanese entities. They are all meant to be, to be legally framed as part of this compliance security framework, while functioning politically as also a tool of punishment to Japan. This is clearly a targeted coercion against Japan's new move now under Takaichi, and also the strategic focus on this platform of Japanese strategic industrial backbone in terms of shipbuilding, in terms of high-end manufacturing, defense supply chains. So this signals that China is moving from rhetoric to a more structured economic statecraft and tool being used. And of course, this is, as part of these response measures and tools being used by China as part of this economic, retaliation, punishing Tokyo's strategic drift and changes in terms of its, security architecture, and of course, in terms of how the Takaichi administration is also, dealing with Taiwan. So, and the message is clear that from China to Japan, and of course to the wider region as well, that Japan cannot, expand deterrence measures or, to have a new security policy without paying these costs in terms of economic costs, in terms of economic impact, as well as in terms of these industrial costs now with this new measure, especially in regards to these new components or materials that have been at the forefront of this defense capability of Japan. But this will push Tokyo further to the to have greater fallback options in terms of the wider markets in the region, not focusing on the dependence on China as a whole. Of course, also it will push Japan. It will give more pretext to Japan now to align deeper with Washington, with the other East Asian powers, especially also in upping this ante in terms of greater security measures with regards to defending Japan's interests, with regards to Taiwan, with regards to also the new audience in Southeast Asia and in other parts of the world, also in the Quad pact as well. And this will, in fact, even push Japan further to consolidate its own measures to protect its own economic interests, but ultimately to protect and to strengthen its own deterrent capacity with regards to its hard power platform. Ellie.
And what are the potential short and long-term impacts on global supply chains, especially in industries that depend on advanced technologies and critical materials affected by China's export curbs?
Well, yes, been happening. This is not the one-stop measure. China has turned the entire supply chain equation to one of its strongest tools that it has now to both punish actors who have not been in line with its own interests, and we have seen measures by these powers also to realign their own strategic deflection points, and we have seen also how various tools have been implemented to ensure that there's this sufficient support system in place, and also to strengthen their own ties with the West, especially with the US, when it comes to the strategic necessity for the deterrent capacity in terms of also strengthening supply chain resilience other than China, other than the global South. But I don't see this to be impactful in terms of creating this storm in the entire supply chain equation for the region. Different East Asian and Southeast Asian actors have been well aware of how China has been using this, and they have been also practicing different maneuvers in terms of this strategic hedging between both powers, and of course also in ensuring that they are not overexposed to any kind of this direct implication of how China might use this as a tool to mold or to form compliance, or this greater realignment of these powers strategic foreign policy maneuvering. And but clearly we have seen how this in fact will backfire on China, and how this will be used as a pretext for these powers, also for these actors who have been wary of these Chinese actions, to turn to this on the side of the West in terms of securing the the deterrent capacity and the trust and confidence that these powers will get from the West, especially by the US, and this will also give these backfiring implications for Beijing in the long run.
Thank you, Collins Chong-Yuki, but please don't go anywhere, as I'll be back with you very shortly. Thank you. We are coming at you with some breaking news now. A military helicopter has crashed into a fruit and vegetable market in central Iran, killing at least 4 people, including the pilot and co-pilot. The incident occurred in Khomeini-Shah near Isfahan when the helicopter, which was on a training mission, went down in a busy marketplace. 2 market stall workers also lost their lives in the crash. The crash caused a fire that was later extinguished by emergency responders. Authorities are investigating the cause, but a technical malfunction is believed to have been a factor. This is the 2nd aviation accident in Iran within a week. We are now being joined by Collins Chong-Yuki again. Thank you for joining us back here for this breaking news. As we've just heard, it's not the first time this has happened this week. What can you explain about this situation with Iran right now and their position?
Well, certainly it's being increasingly being cornered. We've also seen different arguments in place as to how and why Iran is still not, moving from its own hardline stance, and even with this, power projection, strength projection by the Trump administration in terms of the sheer hard power capacity now in full force in the Middle East, and still he has not budged, the Iranian stance, and we've seen how also, President Trump has always, emphasized on the need to secure a deal before any use of force is being considered. But we are now entering a very critical week as to, to see the kind of responses from the Iranian regime as to how it will have to eventually make a deal with the US, or to face, the fate that he has now long being shielded from. So the tensions are there, of course, but still we still have this small window of diplomatic opening that can still be salvaged by both sides. But this is definitely the kind of this tensions, or the critical tipping points that both sides will want to avoid. But it remains to be seen as to how the structure, the depth, the volume, and the extent of what actions that might be taken, especially by President Trump, in terms of giving this narrative and this message not only to Iran but to wider world that eventually you come to a point that the needs and the patience of the Trump administration will run thin, and eventually the use of force will be executed. But as of now, it still remains to be seen. But I still foresee there's still a silver lining and there's still some semblance of hope in the next couple of days. And of course, these incidents certainly add to the the wariness on both sides. But I've yet to see any indications of President Trump, to finally use that tool, with regards to also with this State of the Union address coming up, and of course, he will want also to bolster his image of being a man of peace, and that a deal can still be made with the right approach and the right, initiative also being shown by Iran in this aspect.
Thank you, Collins Chong-Yuki, but please don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with you very shortly. US President Donald Trump is set to deliver his State of the Union address today, marking a crucial moment for his presidency, with approval ratings slumping and tensions rising, particularly over Iran and domestic issues. As he faces political headwinds both at home and abroad, Trump will use the address to rally support for his administration's achievements, including his economic policies and tough border stance. However, a Supreme Court decision on his global tariffs and a growing economic slowdown threaten to overshadow his speech. With midterm elections on the horizon, Trump is expected to highlight his foreign policy, especially on Iran, and his efforts to ease the cost of living. We are now being rejoined by Collins Chong-Yuki. Thank you for joining us back here today.
Thank you.
With parts of his own party pressuring him to emphasize economic concerns, how effective can Trump be in balancing domestic priorities with broader foreign policy narratives during the address?
Well, Trump has always been on the side of the American people. We have seen how his policies, his efforts for the past year, and have given positive results, not only to the American people, but of course to the country as well. But repeatedly they have been failed.
The physics was no.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News 6 World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Former British Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump has threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they played games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. The US ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, has been barred from meeting French government officials after failing to appear at the foreign ministry, where he was summoned over earlier remarks about the killing of far-right activists in France. French officials said the no-show was a breach of diplomatic expectations. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies, and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings with Geneva with Russian and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former President Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. Now, if we start this hour with Europe, the Coalition of the Willing Conference has gathered in Kyiv to mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called for a greater European role in peace negotiations. During the meeting, he has stressed the importance of European leadership in the diplomatic process, outlining plans for a new trilateral format of talks, which is expected to begin within the next 10 days. Zelensky has also thanked allies for providing a new air defense package, half of which has already been delivered to Ukraine. Moreover, Zelensky has further urged the European Union to approve further sanctions targeting Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers, while also calling for the swift disbursement of 90 billion euros in previously agreed EU support. From Berlin, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has added that the latest package of EU sanctions aims to cut off Moscow's war funding. Let's now listen into the statements made by the leaders.
We are thankful for the last package of air defense, and I can't share all the details, but half of the package is already here. It came 2 days ago, so thank you so much. This is important. We really count on continuation of this program. We count on the next package of sanctions, especially shadow fleet, Russian shadow fleet, to stop their tankers. And of course, we count on not to have too much challenges with 90 billions. The decision was great, but we need this money here in Ukraine to help our warriors and to help our civilians.
Pressure on Russia. So we will have to work hard on the 20th package of sanctions, follow up the effort as well with the US on what they do and what we are doing. And let me insist once again on the shadow fleet. Keir mentioned the very good figures we have. We had a recent very good operation.
We must be very clear. This war will only end when Putin realizes that he cannot win. That is why we must increase pressure on Russia. We must dry up Moscow's war funding. The 20th package of sanctions by the European Union has precisely this goal.
Now we welcome Mr. Matthew Vadum. He's an American journalist, joins us live from an author, or joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadum, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, Now, the Coalition of the Willing Conference is taking place, has taken place today. What have they done so far? Have they only, given just the monetary funds to Ukraine? Other than that, have they done anything meaningful?
Well, that's hard to say. If you consider talking and negotiating to be meaningful, then I would say yes. But it's pretty clear that the Russia-Ukraine war is at a stalemate, and it doesn't look like that it's going to end anytime soon, despite optimistic predictions from some.
Yes, so how do you analyze, what do you think, what would be in their agenda as they, gather together, and the 90 billion euro package, which was agreed before, is now being, Hungary and Slovakia have not agreed on it now. What do you think? What would happen next?
Well, they're thinking about ways to deprive Ukraine, to deprive Russia of funding for the war effort in Ukraine. And that is also something that the United States has been working on. Getting India to, for example, to agree to stop buying Russian oil will help dry up funding for the war effort in Ukraine. That's eliminating funding for Russia's war effort is key. It's easier said than done because Russia still has willing trade partners in the world. So there's only so much that can be done on that front. I guess enlisting more aid from European countries will also help. A lot of European countries have a lot of EU countries, the EU have agreed to step up their funding of Ukraine's defensive effort, and this is a good thing, and there probably needs to be more of it if Ukraine is to have any chance of prevailing in this war.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Vadim. Please stay with us as we stay on this now. Moving on, Russian President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukrainian intelligence services and Western agencies of being behind most of the recent attacks on Russia. He has said the number of terror attacks against Russia has increased and warned of a possible Ukrainian threat to Russian energy pipelines. Putin has claimed Ukraine is trying to torpedo the peace process and said it's vital to strengthen the defense of energy and other strategic objectives. He has also stated that Ukraine and its allies are so determined to defeat Russia that they are pushing themselves to the edge, something they will regret. Let's in fact listen into what Putin has shared.
Не удалось нанести стратегического поражения России на поле боя. Поэтому противник делает ставку на индивидуальный и массовый террор. Здесь и обстрелы городов, и диверсии на инфраструктуре, и покушения на представителей государственных и военных властей. Очередной пример вчера на Савеловском вокзале. Судя по всему, это требует, конечно, дополнительной работы с вашей стороны. Но уже сейчас ясно, что, судя по всему, такая обычная на сегодняшний день вербовка через интернет, скорее всего, всучили человеку взрывное устройство, а потом дистанционно взорвали и его, и предполагаемый объект атаки, в данном случае сотрудников Министерства внутренних дел.
Now we welcome back Mr. Matthew Vadim. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadim, for staying with us. Now, as we were talking and you rightfully mentioned, European coalition of the willing is trying to eliminate the war effort of Russia, which is the key. But although they have been trying that and the sanction package now they're trying to put the 20th sanction package. What's the credibility of, Putin saying that they are driving themselves to the edge while trying to push Russia away from Ukraine?
Well, that sounds like frustrated war rhetoric on Putin's part. He's lashing out at those on the other side, saying that they're hurting themselves, that their efforts are counterproductive, and it's it sounds like a move born of frustration. He's just saying the other side, it's spinning its wheels, and it's not accomplishing anything. And this is, in America, we call this trash talking, right? He's putting down the other side, trying to demoralize them. I don't think that it's been an effective tactic so far, because Ukraine is still in the fight and is still not willing to concede the territory that Russia has conquered, which is a major sticking point in peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Russia captured certain territories in east, 20% of the country, in eastern Ukraine, and wants to keep that land, and Ukraine doesn't want to give it to them. So, this just sounds like an escalation of political rhetoric on Putin's part, And I don't think it's necessarily particularly meaningful.
So how do you analyze the current U.S. and Russia's alignment, and also U.S. and Ukraine's alignment?
Well, President Trump complains a lot about Ukraine and the leadership in Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky a lot, and has given lots of, has pushed Ukraine to give up the land that was taken from it by Russia. But the United States government continues to support Ukraine's efforts to resist invasion by Russia, and remains on side in that respect, despite grumbling by President Trump, who supports Ukraine, but is trying to strong-arm Ukraine into giving up into a land for peace deal, so that he can end the war. And presumably get credit as a deal maker, as a peacemaker.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Vadim. Please stay with us as we stay on this. Now, according to a statement from a top aide to President Putin, Russia's position on Ukraine could be radically affected if Kyiv pursues nuclear weapons. The aide has also warned that Russia will inform the United States if nuclear weapons appear in Ukraine. In a directly related development, Deputy Chairman of Russia's Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, has stated that Russia would be forced to use tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine, and potentially Britain and France if nuclear technology is transferred to Kyiv. He has described such a move as a radical shift in the situation and a violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Moreover, Medvedev has said that providing Ukraine with nuclear technology would be the same as supplying nuclear weapons to a country that is engaged in active hostilities. Now we welcome back Mr. Vadim. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadim, for staying with us. Now, where do you think, why is this a warning made by, top aide to President Putin, that Russia's position on Ukraine could change and affect it if Kyiv pursues nuclear weapons?
Well, as with other things that Putin has said recently, it's an escalation of rhetoric aimed at frightening Ukrainians and getting them to agree to stop fighting, agree to a peace deal. Whether Russia actually means to use, I guess it would be tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine, is another question. It seems highly doubtful that they would actually do that. But they are willing to rattle they are willing to do some saber rattling in order to pressure Ukraine into a peace settlement that, for now, it appears Ukraine is not interested in.
Yes, we will be eyeing that. With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Matthew Vadim for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Now we move on to U.S. military forces have seized the Bertha, an oil tanker accused of violating sanctions linked to Iran. The interception took place in the Indian Ocean, but the tanker had been tracked from the Caribbean. The Bertha, registered under the Cook Islands flag and tied to Shanghai Legendary Ship Management, was flagged for sanctions in 2020. According to the Pentagon, the ship attempted to evade detection, but U.S. forces successfully boarded it without incident. This marks the third such interdiction by U.S. forces in recent months, following earlier seizures of the Aquila II and Marinera tankers. The U.S. says the vessel was operating in defiance of sanctions imposed by President Trump's administration. Now we welcome Mr. Retired Major General Souda. He's a senior geopolitical and strategic defense expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General Souda, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, thank you. Now, this year and last year, we have increasingly seen these sanctions on the oil tankers, which are sanctioned, being seized across the world. What's the law and who enforces these laws towards these sanctioned tankers?
Suma, good evening. Thank you for inviting for your channel, for your show. As far as my knowledge goes and my understanding about the international policies, rules and regulations with regard to maritime transportation, sanction is such an activity, it can be done by an international agency or organization. No country independently is authorized or entitled to impose any sanction against any other country. This is part of the rule of law which is supposed to prevail in the world. But be that as it may, it doesn't happen, and the Thucydides doctrine applies. The Thucydides doctrine says the powerful will do what it can and the weak must suffer what it must. This is the Thucydides doctrine. Yes. That means the might is right. So US is at liberty to carry out, impose any kind of sanction against anyone which it deems appropriate, and it doesn't have to justify or give any reasons to anybody. This is a unilateral kind of I would say, hegemony. Also, I would say, a kind of assertion which has been prevailing both in Cold War 1.0. Cold War 1.0 is to be restricted to some kind of level because it is to be opposed by the P5 members. Now Cold War 2.0 is witnessing, particularly Donald Trump 2.0 is witnessing many arbitrary cases of seizing these kind of vessels which have been imposed with sanction. Now who knows, does anybody in the world know that what was the vessel sanctioned for? It is only US authorities, they only know. And now you're coming to the international law. As per the international law, there is one law which is called an UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Sea Lanes of Communication, UNCLOS 1982. Unfortunately, the superpower USA has been claiming all other nations to follow this, but they are themselves are not a signatory of 1982 clause, UNCLOS. So these are the contradictions which are prevailing. Under these circumstances, US is at liberty to seize and impose sanctions, justify, build a narrative, and thereafter either its forces seize that vessel or the naval ship, or ask some other like-minded country, ally member, to carry out the activity. Back to you, Asuma.
Thank you for sharing that. And how might these repeated interdictions, including previous seizures of the Aquila II and Marinera, affect U.S. relationships with countries connected to these vessels, especially China?
Well, today we are in 21st century. In 21st century, the global order, although it is in a geopolitical churn, still the central paradigm of geopolitics has gravitated to geoeconomics. Whether we agree or not, anything and everything that happens, there is a China angle. There is a strategic rivalry which is either manifesting outside or there is an underhand game going on, just to show down or push back the Chinese domination, because China, by virtue of its economy having had double-digit income for nearly 30 years or more, it has been able to build its comprehensive national power to formidable level, so much so that its economy, in terms of the purchasing power parity, it left USA behind in 2017-18. Today, the PPP of China, GDP I'm talking of, is around 40 trillion. It has crossed 40 trillion US dollar. US is still hovering around $31 trillion. So it has left USA far behind a couple of years back. And talk about technology, talk about the military prowess, the quality may not have been proven, but going by the quantity and the speed of development of all these products is so fast that even America cannot cope up. So under these circumstances, and no superpower would like to lose its supremacy and authority. This I have told in your channel and also when you have been the anchor. and it is quite relevant and applicable to America. America would like to continue to remain as a superpower. Therefore, their slogan called as "Make America Great Again," because there was a downswing as far as their assertion and the authority of superpower is concerned. So therefore, I would say that this thing has been an ongoing thing, and it is linked to, in some form or the other, the dominance by China, and therefore all these activities are taking place basically to push back China and tell China, indirectly or directly, we are here, kindly be aware of our presence and don't do anything that comes to your mind, be it CPEC or CMEC, CPEC along the Pakistan and CMEC along the Myanmar. South Asia is going to be dominated in times ahead by the American forces and its dominance. And for that, I would quote a book, Monsoon, Indian Ocean, The Future of American Power by Dr. Robert Kaplan. He has beautifully summed up in that book that the commercial basket of 21st century will gravitate towards the Indian Ocean, meaning the India. Therefore, America will do well if it gravitates its forces and calibrates its response matrix in the world order to continue to remain relevant. Otherwise, it will be pushed down the drain, and its relevance, authority, and supremacy as a superpower is going to be eroded in times ahead.
With that, I'd like to thank Major General Souda for sharing that insight with us. Thank you very much. Now we move on to US news anchor Savannah Guthrie has announced that her family is offering a $1 million reward for information leading to the safe return of her mother, Nancy Guthrie, who has been missing for 24 days. Fighting back tears, Guthrie expressed her family's hope that a miracle will bring her mother home, despite fears that she may already be gone. Police believe Nancy Guthrie was the victim of a targeted kidnapping and have released images of a man caught on the family's doorbell camera who is now the prime suspect. Authorities have received nearly 40,000 tips, and the family has also donated $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Now we move on to Philippine International Criminal Court prosecutor Edward Jeremy has said that former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte allegedly personally drew up death lists and boasted about murders committed during his war on drugs. Duterte faces 3 ICC counts of crimes against humanity, with prosecutors alleged his involvement in at least 76 murders between 2013 and 2018. Meanwhile, Edward Jeremy has responded. Let's listen into what he has shared.
Just as he did in Davao, as president, Mr. Duterte publicly named persons he alleged were involved in drugs, and many of those would end up as victims in his so-called war on drugs.
I'm the one reading it, and I am the sole person responsible for this all.
And this list was subsequently published by the media, who referred to it as the narco list, or as we see from the article on our screens, simply the Duterte list.
Now we move on to our tech news. Warner Brothers Discovery is currently considering a revised bid from Paramount Skydance as the bidding war for the Hollywood studio intensifies. Paramount's latest offer, which is higher than its previous bid of $30 per share, comes after weeks of discussions with Warner Brothers. This new bid aims to counter Netflix's offer of $27.75 per share for Warner's studio and streaming assets valued at $82.7 billion. Despite Paramount's bid, Warner Brothers is still backing its deal with Netflix, with the board continuing to recommend the merger. If Warner Brothers opts for Paramount's new offer, Netflix will have 4 days to respond, as per the agreement made last December. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding of the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding of the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law.
Welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing from topics from across the world. In elections, voters prioritize economic conditions, policy outcomes, and leadership perceptions. Elite signaling significantly shapes public opinion, with leaders like Trump using strategic framing to expand support. In Venezuela, Machado's challenge is turning Nobel recognition into lasting political power. Meanwhile, Rodriguez's legitimacy depends on managing contested authority, demographics issue, salience, and endorsements continue to drive electoral shifts. As seen in Mamdani's success pointing to future trends in U.S. elections, joining us now is Dr. Matthew Turpie, Assistant Professor of Political Science at Pittsburgh State University. His research focuses on how elite positions influence public opinion and electoral outcomes, exploring the balance between policy results, economic conditions, and leadership perceptions in shaping voter behaviors. Thank you very much, Dr. Matthew Turpie, for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Now, my first question to you is, when we talk about performance in elections, what matters more to voters over time? Policy results, economic conditions, or perceptions of leadership and competence?
Well, I think that in the United States, at the presidential level, the variables that matter most have to do with economic conditions, at least historically. But other policy results can matter too. So, for example, how well foreign policy is going. The issue is that some of these other policy conditions, right, the results of policy are less well known to voters. So it's hard for them to get information about the conditions and to form beliefs about leadership based on the information that they have. But nevertheless, poor performance in terms of healthcare, foreign policy, etc., can affect election outcomes. And some of it's through the influence that these variables have on, voters' perceptions of leaders and how competent they are, which can have a kind of an independent effect. So, if you have a leader who's perceived to be competent, right, before delivering any results, that can be very helpful too. So all of them matter, but I think that depending on the office, at least historically, economic conditions seem to play the most sort of substantial role.
Thank you for highlighting that. Your research looks at how elite positions shape public attitudes. How do voters actually process signals from political elites in U.S. and West when performing or changing their opinions?
So in the U.S., the cue that voters rely on most is the position of elites, in particular, the position of elites who have a similar party ID or similar preferences, right? And this matters most on issues that voters have a hard time forming attitudes about. So it could be an issue like trade, an issue like monetary policy, fiscal policy, foreign policy, these very technically complex issues where voters don't have a lot of information. Elites can have an important influence on what voters think because they have a lack of information, and the elite's position on the issue signals information about what policy is best given the voters' preferences. So voters rely on a wide variety of cues. It could be cues from the leaders of their political party. So the variable I think that has the most influence in terms of a cue is the position of the political party, but in particular the leader of the party. And in the case of the Republican Party in the United States, that would be President Donald Trump. If the party's not in power, it's a little bit less clear who the leader is. It could be a past president, could be the front runners for the next election, but they tend to have a large influence. But also, the opinions of experts, the opinions of celebrities can matter. So voters use a wide variety of cues, but the most important one is, the position of the political party that they identify with.
And For President Donald Trump specifically, what strategies are most likely to expand his support beyond his core base going into the midterms? In the context of U.S. midterm elections, what historically determines whether a president's party gains or loses support?
So historically, the president's party loses seats in the overwhelming majority of midterm elections. So it's very difficult for the president's party to retain power. There's a bunch of different reasons for that. Some of it could be there's a lack of enthusiasm among the base of the president's party because they're maybe not as enthusiastic about the policy positions of the party. Maybe they're not as happy with what was done in the first term, and so maybe they're less likely to participate. And you can get more turnout from the opposing party who has maybe been angered by some of the things that have been done. So that can lead to a loss for the president's party. It could also be the economy, the overall approval of the president. So I think that given the things that determine, what how much of a loss, or if the president's party suffers a loss, those variables, I think focusing on the president's approval rating I think one way to do that is to try to focus on issues that voters are very concerned with. So right now that's the cost of living is one of the big policy issues that voters are concerned with. Trying to build consensus around policy. Right, so if a president and a party can pass legislation that's less divisive and more bipartisan, I think that could help. And I think that also trying to maintain enthusiasm among the base by trying to do things that the voters who identify with the party are concerned with, to try to get them enthusiastic about turning out. All of those can help the incumbent's party do better, but there's a little bit of a balancing act, because the things that will fire up the base could be detrimental to the party's efforts to bring over more moderate voters to support the party, or avoid firing up the other party's base and getting turnout getting more turnout for your opponents. So it's a balancing act, but there are a variety of things that presidents could do. But just again, the president's party usually loses seats in the midterm election, especially when the president has a low popularity rating. Right now, President Trump's popularity is in the low 40s. So there's a good chance that because of that, the Republican Party will lose seats in the midterm.
And as you rightfully highlighted, that president's party to retain seats have always been challenging. How important are issue framing and narrative control compared to actual legislative achievements in shaping electoral outcomes?
Well, I think with legislative achievements, narratives can go a long way, because voters are uncertain about what are the consequences of legislation, and they rely, as I mentioned, on the position of elites, and but also the rhetoric of elites, and the information they received from elites. So, for example, President Obama, after passing the Affordable Care Act, the reputation of that legislation was damaged by the opposition of the Republican Party, who used messaging to lower support for the legislation, I think. And because of that, because voters are uncertain about what are the consequences of legislation, I think that the framing, the rhetoric, these things can go a long way in the short run. Now, in the long run, we find out what the consequences of policy are. So maybe those effects start to diminish. But I think in the short run, messaging around legislative achievement can matter. But again, there would need to be some tangible policy successes, legislative successes, to change the narrative on or frame, right? So if you don't really have any accomplishments, it's difficult to frame things in a favorable way, I think.
And, building on that, framing things in a favorable way, bringing Venezuela into our conversation, what strategic challenges does Maria Corina Machado face in converting popular support and being awarded a Nobel Peace Prize into sustained political power? How do you think she can do it now that it seems like she has already used her best card or bet, which was to give her Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that if you're in opposition, in some ways it's more important what the opposing side is doing. So I think that the long-term likelihood of retaining or achieving power will probably depend more on the incumbent government and how well things go in the upcoming months and years, depending on when elections are held. But right now, her popularity is quite high. There was a recent poll showing that she was, substantially more, popular than the incumbent president and alternative candidates. So I think that just maintaining that popularity through messaging, will put her in a situation of being a serious contender and maybe able to convert, as you say, the popularity into an electoral victory.
And what options and strategies does an interim president like Rodriguez have to shape public opinion and legitimacy when state authority and electoral trust are contested?
Well, in Venezuela right now, the recent poll I mentioned shows that the overwhelming issue that voters are most concerned with is actually the economy rather than these electoral democratic political concerns. Those are important, and I think that the president can do things related to transparency, et cetera, that would have a positive impact on her reputation. But I think that dealing with the economic issues that are facing the country, right, to create optimism and trust in the government, I think that's probably the thing that could change the most, is focusing on these issues, these economic issues having to do with the cost of living, et cetera, that people in Venezuela are facing right now. So if the president is able to make progress on those issues and show sort of tangible action she's taken to sort of improve those outcomes, I think that could go a long way, despite the difficult situation that she's in. And I do think, as I mentioned, there are things that the president can do related to these political democratic concerns relating to transparency, et cetera.
And so when analyzing election performance, how do changing demographics, issue salience, and voter turnout interact to shape electoral outcomes over time?
Well, I think that the salience of issues is, heavily impacts voter turnout, right? So whenever issues that affect a group are more salient, that group is more likely to turn out. But there could be a reciprocal kind of relationship where voter turnout can make issues more salient. So you could get some effort by a political party or an interest group or some social group to mobilize participation. That could lead to an issue being perceived as more salient or more likely to be on the agenda. And of course, demographics can change both of these things. So long-run changes in demographics, or sort of the preferences and concerns of different demographic groups. Those changes can lead to changes both in voter turnout and the composition of the electorate, but also the issues that are perceived to be salient on the public agenda. So I think the three interact, especially issue salience and voter turnout, and then the demographics can have an important impact on both of those over time.
And you rightfully mentioned earlier that a lot of voters rely on opinion of elites. They pick on small cues, and some even rely on celebrities. So your research examines how elite signals shape public opinion. So how important was endorsement politics and institutional backing in Mamdani's victory, or is this an exceptional case?
In some ways, I think it's an exceptional case. I mean, if you look at Mamdani's approval rating over the course of the primary election contest and then the general election contest, his approval started increasing pretty significantly before he received endorsements from Bernie Sanders, for example, and Congress member Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and so he had a significant increase in his popularity before he secured those two key endorsements, and then after that, there's a steady increase, and I think some of it has to do with Mamdani's use of social media. He was able to use that in a way that was in many ways novel. So I don't know that the endorsements, even though they were important, were like the key factor in that particular election, even though they nevertheless helped Mamdani win the mayor's race, and so I think in some ways it's an exception to the case. And again, he was kind of running as an outsider, so in some ways, if you're running one of those campaigns, you're not really looking for endorsements. You're running on the fact that you're going to be different from the elite class.
And now, as you mentioned that his case is exception, looking ahead, what does Mamdani's win tell us about the future direction of voter behavior and electoral strategy in American politics? Do you think that social media would be used more often, or would be, put in the strategy moving forward?
I think it's more likely to, that candidates will look to Mamdani in his campaign for use of for guidance on how to use social media. So I think there'll be people who try to sort of imitate the strategy of Mamdani, or at least incorporate aspects of it. And so I think that will become more common. But also, this is another instance of a candidate that was perceived to be sort of an outsider, who at the beginning of the race, the beginning of the primary season, wasn't really doing all that well, wasn't perceived to be a sort of serious contender. He was able to gain enough support to win, running on a kind of an outsider platform. So I think that will become more likely, as well as the use of social media in the sort of innovative way that he used it. Those two things will probably become more likely in American elections.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Matthew Turpie for joining us today and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of The Focal Length. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Ellie Richardson. Today we focus on one of the most significant global conflicts of our time, the Russia-Ukraine war. now entering its 5th year, despite intense international pressure and multiple rounds of peace talks, an end to the fighting still remains elusive. The question on every global leader's mind is no longer just who is winning, but rather how close are we to a peace deal. The current state of negotiations has seen an unprecedented movement since the start of 2026. 3 rounds of US mediated talks have taken place in Abu Dhabi and Geneva, and making a significant shift from the stalemate of previous years. While these sessions have facilitated the first prisoner exchanges in months, the meaningful progress reported by diplomats has yet to touch the core issues of land and liberty. Central to this new monumentum is evolving US role under the Trump administration. Washington has transformed from a silent partner in defense to the primary architect of the peace track. US envoy Steve Witkoff is pushing a sense of urgency, driven by the belief that the window for a favorable outcome for Kyiv is closing. However, the America First mediation has left Europe allies in a strategic panic, fearing that a hasty deal brokered in Washington could sacrifice long-term continental stability for a short-term diplomatic win. At the heart of the deadlock is the irreconcilable clash between Ukrainian sovereignty and Russian territorial demands. Vladimir Putin has not shied away from his maximalist goals, demanding full control over provinces his troops do not yet fully occupy, and declaring that all of Ukraine is ours. Contrast with this President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula, which rigidly demands a return to the 2014 borders. For Kyiv, surrendering land for peace is not a settlement, it is a trap that would allow Russia to ram and strike again. Then there is a critical question of who polices the peace, the role of peacekeepers. As talks progress, the necessity of a neutral buffer force has become clear. Yet, this remains a minefield. Would a European-led force be acceptable to Moscow? Would Ukraine trust anyone other than NATO to guard the line of contact? Without a robust peacekeeping architecture, any ceasefire signed today is likely to be ignored tomorrow. Let's listen in to the President of Ukraine.
Путін не досягнув своїх цілей, не зламав українців, не переміг в цій війні. Ми зберегли Україну і ми зробимо все, щоб здобути мир і щоб була справедливість. До весни менше тижня ми долаємо найважчу зиму в історії. Це факт. І це дуже непросто. Непросто всім вам. Але так само, як у перший день війни, ми продовжуємо будувати своє завтра. Крок за кроком, справа за справою, здобуток за здобутком.
Finally, we face the NATO deal breaker. Russia's demand is absolute. Ukraine must officially abandon its aspirations to join the alliance. For Ukraine, NATO membership is the only security guarantee that matters. The current negotiations are searching for a third way interim security arrangement that provide protection without formal alliance membership. But neither side has yet bent the knee on this existential point. As we enter this 5th year, the will to fight remains staggering. While a cessation of active hostilities may be realistic by the end of 2026, a true comprehensive settlement remains a distant prospect. Ukraine stands at a crossroads, caught between an aggressive peace push from Washington and an unrelenting enemy in the east. As the world watches, the question remains: will the Russia-Ukraine war end soon, or will it continue to reshape Europe's geopolitical future? Glenn Grant, ex-advisor to Defence Minister of Ukraine and a geopolitical commentator, is now joining us from Kyiv. Glenn, thank you so much for joining us here for Deep Dive. My first question is, after 3 rounds of US-mediated peace talks in Abu Dhabi and Geneva, how effective do you believe these negotiations have been in addressing the core issues of the conflict, such as territorial disputes and sovereignty?
Okay, I'm in Lviv, not Kiev, by the way, and I'm standing outside the railway station and waiting for my bus back to Riga. To answer your questions and listening to what you've said, that there is too much in what you've said previously, including about the peace talks, that is basically, you could call it public relations and media hype. The truth of the matter is a lot different from, in many cases, from what you've been saying. There are no peace talks. Let's be clear about this. There's just delay talks. Russia is delaying on one side. It has not changed its demands one tiny bit from the beginning of the war. Ukraine has not changed its demand, which is we keep our land and we're not giving any to Russia. So anything surrounding that, when you hear people say we are 90% close on the military bits, this is just flannel. This is just keeping people happy. In the main, keeping Donald Trump happy that something is happening towards his Nobel Peace Prize. But the reality is we are exactly the same as we were 1 year ago and 2 years ago. Ukraine is fighting for its life and Russia is fighting badly and trying to keep going.
Ukraine and Russia remain deeply divided over territorial control, with Ukraine demanding the restoration of its 2014 borders. What are the realistic pathways for resolving this conflict, especially when both sides seem unwilling to compromise on key territorial issues?
It's the same as it's been since the beginning. The only thing that is going to clear this up is war. This is an existential threat to national sovereignty of Ukraine. So Ukraine has to fight for its very survival. And I do not see any weakening on the part of Ukraine anywhere to give up and let Russia dominate them. So it's going to keep going. The key is how long Russia can keep going. How long can it keep finding people to die? Because the front line is grossly corrupt that the Russians are using. They're just killing their own people while people are making money out of it. And at the same time, their economy is beginning to, it's not grinding to a halt, but it's beginning to falter. So the big thing is likely to be money that actually brings this war to a halt. And it's likely to be the money inside Russia, when people can no longer afford to buy the equipment for weapons and no longer afford to buy decent groceries. Then we might see change. But I don't see anything else changing this war. It's just going to keep going until someone cracks. And it won't be Ukraine that cracks.
And the idea of a neutral peacekeeping force has been discussed in peace talks, but the challenge remains in finding an acceptable solution for both Ukraine and Russia. How do you foresee the role of peacekeepers evolving, and what would be required for both parties to trust such a force?
I don't see it evolving at all, because it's a nonsense. It's just something to keep people.
The physics was known for.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Former British Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top U.S. military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. The U.S. ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, has been barred from meeting French government officials after failing to appear at the Foreign Ministry, where he was summoned over earlier remarks about the killing of far-right activists in France. French officials said the no-show was a breach of diplomatic expectations. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies, and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russian and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. Now we start this hour with Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, alongside European Council President Antonio Costa and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, held a news conference today to mark 4 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In the discussion, leaders reflected on Ukraine's resilience and the ongoing support from Europe. They emphasized the importance of continued aid and solidarity as Ukraine strives to defend its sovereignty and push for peace in the region. Let's cut across.
But even in the face of this terror, the resilience of the Ukrainian people remains undimmed. We have seen 4 years of extraordinary courage from your soldiers and from your citizens, whose bravery will echo through history. This will never be forgotten. In those 4 years, the support from your friends and allies has been unwavering in Europe and beyond, and you can count on it. Since the beginning of the war, the European Union has provided nearly 200 billion euros in military and financial support. More than any other partner, and there is more to come. And let me spell out 3 ways of support, how our support will be maintained and how it will be reinforced. The first one is the European Union loan of 90 billion euro. We call it the Steel Porcupine loan because it should give Ukraine the strength of a steel porcupine, indigestible for potential invaders. Let me be crystal clear, and the President of the Council also said it. The loan was agreed by 27 heads of state and government in the European Council. They have given their word. This word cannot be broken. So we will deliver on the loan, one way or the other. Let me be very clear, we have different options and we will use them. Now let's look at the loan itself. The first priority of the Porcupine loan is to address your most urgent defense needs. It will help to procure, to produce, to develop, and to secure advanced defense equipment for the brave Ukrainian forces. That ranges from drones to missiles to ammunition, and the work has already started. Together with the Ukrainian forces, we have identified a first package, a priority package. Our aim is to deliver it before Easter. It includes drones and ammunition. And in parallel, we are working intensely on the integration of both our defense industries. We can learn a lot from the Ukrainian defense industry. You can count on us with our well-established structures in the defense industries. So more integration is the goal. Of course, the ultimate aim is that your soldiers will gain a decisive edge on the battlefield to protect Ukraine. And of course, the European Union will have access to valuable, cutting-edge innovation that is also applicable to other industries. The second priority is to help you through this harsh winter. Invincibility tents, we have seen it this morning, we visited one, and they have become the symbol of the Ukrainian solidarity and the unbreakable resolve of Ukraine. In this difficult moment, let me reassure you that we stand firmly by your side. The European Commission is the largest donor of energy support to a value of 3 billion euros so far. Since the start of the war, we have provided over 11,000 generators and almost 1,000 delivered in January alone. But of course, we have to go further. And therefore, we have now a new package of 100 million euro to deliver immediate support. That what is needed right now. It's available on the market. So far, the money was not there. So the 100 million package can immediately be invested. And while we help you through this winter, we start preparing together with you the next winter. We will work on a new, we call it Winter Energy Plan for 26 and 27. The name is Repair, Rebuild and Restart. It will include a package of 920 million euros to stabilize Ukraine's energy system. So just to give a few examples, it will secure the steady flow of electricity across the country. It will accelerate the decentralization of the production of renewable energy. You mentioned how important it is. It will, of course, repair and rebuild and modernize the grids. And it will repair and restart the damaged power plants too. Let me add that there is a lot of coordination that has to go on because lots of in-kind support is needed. It is available, but we have to bring it together. And therefore, Commissioner Jürgensen and Deputy Prime Minister Šmihal will convene an energy Rammstein in March already in order to coordinate and have a very seamless and precise work together from both sides, the Ukrainian and the European Union. It will ensure that Ukraine gets exactly the supplies and the material it needs now. Finally, let me address the issue of energy security within the European Union. The Russian attacks on the Druzhba pipeline have had a direct impact on European energy security. We condemn sharply these Russian attacks. I would like to thank Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, for his efforts to secure and increase the transport of oil to Hungary, to Slovakia, and to Serbia through the Adriatic pipeline. And in the meantime, we ask for the repairs on the pipeline after the Russian attacks to be accelerated. Now, our third priority is to maintain maximum pressure on the aggressor. We will soon get our 20th sanctions package over the line. Our sanctions will keep draining Russia's revenues and weakening its war machine, and we are closely coordinating with our G7 partners for maximum scope and impact.
Now we welcome Mr. Dr. Satoru Nagao for this. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, as they talk about, European coalition of the willing, especially, they talk about supporting through and through, Ukraine through and through, especially with loan after loan, sanctions one after another. Now on 20 sanctions, how effective is these kind of support have been? And looking at the next 4 years, do you think these support is capable of being continued from European countries towards Ukraine?
For Europe, fighting in Ukraine is one kind of defense line. So that's why the Europe has a motivation to support Ukraine. When Russia attack, if the Ukraine will fail to defend, there is a possibility that Russia will attack the other country or the other EU member or other NATO member. So that's why instead of attacking this, Russia need to fight in Ukraine is contributing to European security. That's why the European support to Ukraine is decisive, but at the same time, Europeans need to continue to defend themselves. So they spend much, but at the same time, they have the will to continue this support. In case of the US, in case of the Europe, in this case, there is a gap in this case, because the US is far from the Europe, but Europe is located in Europe. So that's why this is a strong European country has a strong motivation, and they have the will to continue, I think.
Thank you for highlighting that. Thank you and sharing that. Now we'll cut across as Zelensky is speaking.
For membership, and we are thankful for big support and with candidate status and etc. from EU institutions. And I know that Putin will block our membership in the future. I don't want for my country, our people, which they live with all these challenges during all these years of this full-scale invasion, all this war with this tragedy, and that's why we know we don't want to have the same what we have now. Maybe it will not be in the future, but what we have now with NATO, because Russia will block it by themselves. They don't see Ukraine like independent country, and they don't see us like a part of European family. So that's why they will do it, definitely. But we are ready for fast track. We are ready for fast track for reforms, and we do it, I think, the parallel way.
Next and the last question, please, Agence France Presse.
Hi, Camille Condessu, AFP. First, a question for you, President Zelensky. You mentioned the €19 billion loan to get the loan, and if so, by when? And one question for you, Mr. Costa. Do you feel like Prime Minister Orban crossed the line by blocking the loan after greenlighting it in December? And if so, should that have any consequences? Thank you.
You want to answer? Yeah, I think that it's not the first time when...
Now we welcome back Mr. Dr. Satoru Nagao for this. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, looking at the Druzhba pipeline that was also mentioned by, I think, von der Leyen earlier, Russian attacks on Druzhba pipeline has, made Slovakia and Hungary against the $90 billion fund towards Ukraine, until and unless they fix and let the pipeline or the oil pipeline resume resume these operations. So how do you think the against or the criticism by Slovakia and Hungary will be affecting the coalition of the feelings stance and this $90 billion funds for Ukraine?
In case of Hungary, in case of the Slovakia,
Yes.
they rely on the supply line of the oil from Russia. But this pipeline is going through the Ukraine. So that's why when they're going through, of course, this is income for Ukraine too. But view from Russia to make the pressure to Hungary and Slovakia to change the stance to Europe or Russia, which one is better for you? In this case, pipeline is matter of concern. So that's why sabotage has happened, and maybe try to stop is one of the possibility. And on surface, the reason is this is income for Ukraine, so that's why they stop it, something like that. But indeed, the reality is Russia want to make pressure to the Hungary and Slovakia So if you lost supply from Russia, you will face a problem. So that is the reason you should cooperate with Russia. This is a message to these countries, I think.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that. And also, von der Leyen mentioned the plans that she and the Europe coalition of the willing has for the winter energy supplies and winter energy plans for 2026 and the winter through 2027. Does this mean that they are skeptical about any peace or any peace talks successing, and that they think that the war will continue?
I think so, because despite President Trump's strong efforts, Russia hasn't agreed the ceasefire. Indeed, viewed from the condition, President Trump prepared a relatively good condition for Russia. Despite this, Russia does not show the strong will to agree with this ceasefire agreement. This means that viewed from Europe, there's a few possibility that Russia will agree the ceasefire and the war will continue. In this case, they need to prepare. And the problem is, recently Russia attacked many energy sector of Ukraine, and so freezing situation is a matter of concern. So that's why preparing such kind of the situation is one main part of the war. And so preparing for winter, prepare for the cold situation, and under the Russia's attack to the energy sector is a very important topic. So next year it will not happen because of the preparation, because of the effort to tackle it. But that is what I want to say, I think.
And how do you think that, when von der Leyen mentioned that there's so much we can learn, or Europe can learn from the defense industry of Ukraine, what does she mean by more integration between European defense and Ukrainian defense?
Indeed, Europe's defense industry hasn't prepared enough to support Ukraine's defense. So currently, without support from the United States, Europe cannot fight. But the United States asked Europe to do more, and because the United States need to deal with China or other problem in the Middle East, etc., etc. So that's why Europe is not only the place the US need to deal with. So that's why European countries should do more, should take responsibility to do this. But in this case, the defense industry, the effective use of defense industry is very important. In the case of the defense industry in Ukraine, they are under attack and their production is damaged by Russia. So that's why the European defense industry, the other European countries, is a matter of concern. But each country try to improve the defense industry is not effective. So that's why they should create a coordinated defense industry, more effectively produce many products to support Ukraine, and to support Ukraine, supporting Ukraine itself is supporting their defense themselves. So that's why defense industry is important. Unfortunately, defense industry demand a long time to improve, because Winston Churchill in the past said the first year just investment, second year little production, third year the mass production, fourth year growth of production. So that's why this is a 4 years process. 3 years, 4 years is common. And in this case, Ukraine war finished fourth year. So this means that if they invest, the beginning of this war, they have already completed, but reality is that hasn't happened yet. So that's why more effective use is needed, more coordinated movement needed. And that is a lesson Ms. von der Leyen mentioned about in this case, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for sharing that insight with us. Now we move on to Canada. Canada is renewing its military training mission in Ukraine, extending it until 2029. Defense Minister has announced the country will also provide an additional $300 million in military aid, including more than 400 armored vehicles to strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities. In addition, Canada is imposing sanctions on 100 Russian oil tankers attempting to evade Western measures, and lowering its price cap for Russian crude oil to $4.10 per barrel. The Canadian government has also pledged $20 million to support Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Meanwhile, Denmark is in talks with Ukrainian defense company Skyfall to establish production in Denmark. Now we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Washington. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, how vital will this support from Canada be? As you know, we were just talking about, it seems like Europe thinks that the war will not end soon. What exactly is Canada's role?
In this case, Canada is part of NATO and very important. But at the same time, world is entering the military industry, age of military industry. So that's why they need to improve it. After the Cold War, the defense industry has shrunk too much. So that's why Russia has advantage and Russia decided to invade. So view from this, improving defense industry is very important, and Russia's aggression to Ukraine is a good lesson for it. So that's why anyway they need to prepare the war and improve the defense industry. But it is true that they do not expect Russia's aggression to Ukraine will end soon, because despite President Trump's preparation of the relatively good ceasefire agreement for Russia, but Russia hasn't shown any sign to agree this. So that's why this means that there's a high possibility that war will continue, and not only European countries, but also the Canada as a NATO member need to support Ukraine. So in this case, this is a chance to improve their defense industry, to prepare the new age of the military industrial competition. And so Canada decided to do this and contribute to security in the Northern Atlantic.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to thank Dr. Satoru Nagao for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Now we stay in G7. Meanwhile, leaders of the G7 nations, including US President Donald Trump, have reiterated their unwavering support for Ukraine on the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. In a joint statement, they have expressed continued backing for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and right to exist. The G7 has also endorsed President Donald Trump's efforts to initiate a peace process, emphasizing that only direct negotiations between Ukraine and Russia can lead to peace. The statement highlighted Europe's crucial role in this process, supported by other global partners. This marks the first joint G7 declaration on Ukraine since Trump's return to the White House. Now we move on to our next news. According to White House spokesperson Karoline Leavitt, U.S. President Donald Trump's first preference is always diplomacy, but he's willing to use lethal force if necessary. Leavitt has also commented on the success of Operation Midnight Hammer, claiming it obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Let's listen into her statements.
President Trump's first option is always diplomacy, but as he has shown, he is willing to use the lethal force of the United States military if necessary. So it's always, the president is always the final decision maker around the president's initial statement, and the president reiterated that statement last night on True Social, that Operation Midnight Hammer was an overwhelmingly successful mission that did, in fact, obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities. That is not just verified by the President of the United States, but also the International Atomic Energy Commission as well. That does not mean that Iran may never try again to establish a nuclear program that could directly threaten the United States and our allies abroad.
Now, the U.S. is considering its options in light of Iran's ongoing military capabilities. Despite a weakened regime and internal crisis, Iran still possesses substantial firepower that could target American interests and allies in the region. According to former U.S. officials and regional analysts, Iran could retaliate with missile strikes or drones targeting oil refineries and causing economic damage. Meanwhile, Trump's military planners are weighing a range of options if diplomatic efforts fail, including strikes against Iranian nuclear and missile sites. As the situation escalates, U.S. forces have increased their air defenses and strengthened naval presence in the region, including the deployment of aircraft carriers and fighter squadrons. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Raymond Vickery. He's a former U.S. Secretary of Commerce and joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Vickery, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, analyzing the capacity of Iran, how do you analyze the capacity of Iran, given that Iran has been so bold in and not bending on or being flexible on their stance, regardless of what U.S. is pressuring or U.S. is demanding?
Well, thanks very much for having me and allowing me to comment on this. It seems to me that the present situation shows that you need to wage peace just like you wage war. And that means you have to have a strategy, you have to have partners, and you have to have principles. Unfortunately, President Donald Trump's approach is not one of strategy, partners, and principles. It's one of transactions, real estate transaction, in which two great people get together, supposedly great, and they make a deal, and one comes out on top and one loses out. And President Trump wants to portray himself as the one that comes out on top. This is an entirely inadequate way to approach Iran. Iran, in spite of what President Trump has said, still possesses military assets, particularly in terms of missiles, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, which can be a choke point for oil exports from the entire Middle East, from the entire Western Asia. So the disruption that can be caused is very, very considerable. And the situation within Iran, of course, is very divided. There are still those who support the Ayatollah very strongly, as well as opposition. In this situation, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States have warned President Trump that this is not an easy transaction, a walk in the park. It's not at all like Venezuela in the capture of Maduro. And it's going to take a prolonged approach and a strategy. President Trump claimed that the nuclear capabilities of Iran were wiped out with the attacks. But now, of course, it's still a central issue. If it was wiped out, why is it still a central issue? The answer is that it wasn't wiped out. It was sent underground and still can cause a considerable problem. So President Trump is caught between a rock and a hard place in regard to what the next steps are. The United States has drained its stockpiles of munitions, both in terms of supporting Israel, in supporting Ukraine. It's not entirely clear that the wherewithal is there for anything but a prolonged slog. Domestically in the United States, of course, the supporters of President Trump had voted for him in part on that he was not going to involve the U.S. in wars, in nation building, in prolonged military campaigns such as in Afghanistan and Iraq. For him now to throw that principle under the bus creates strong domestic problems. So this is a very fluid situation. It is not a situation which moves toward peace. And it is now up to other countries, other great democracies across the world, including those who have a direct interest, such as India, such as Japan, in terms of oil exports, and in Europe and in Canada, to try to bring some semblance of strategy, partners, and principles to be able to at least defer widespread hostilities until saner minds can prevail on both sides of the equation.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Raymond Vickery for joining us and sharing that insight with us. Now, moving our focus to Singapore, where our correspondent Roshan Gidwani is covering the visit of Yogi Adityanath, who is India's Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister. The visit is focused on discussions around investment opportunities in sectors such as data centers, logistics hubs, renewable energy, and industrial infrastructure. Roshan Gidwani speaks with Luke Foley, who manages infrastructure investments in Uttar Pradesh and is the Deputy Head of Technical Assistance at Private Infrastructure Development Group, about the potential for growth in Uttar Pradesh. He also spoke with Nishant Kumar, the Managing Director of Garantco. Let's listen in.
Hello, I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Currently, I'm sitting with Luke Foley, who manages infrastructure investments in Uttar Pradesh. Luke, you were just in the room with Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. What can you tell me about that interaction?
It was fantastic. I think there's real opportunity for growth. The Chief Minister was very gracious in offering us time to speak with him, learn about the plans that they have, and understand how we can play a role in deploying capital and also leveraging in private capital into infrastructure.
What do you envision as far as how far your capital will go in Uttar Pradesh? What do you envision as far as the growth, and also post-2030, when this $1 trillion economy is realized, will you still continue to invest capital in Uttar Pradesh?
Yeah, at large, India is a major market for us. We see our role as very much leveraging in private capital. At the very least, we want to see our money not only deployed into the market, but also bringing other investors in with us. Key sectors being those which are going to have lasting impact across not only this decade, but the next as well. So a critical piece of infrastructure is that it has to last not only this year, next year, but as climate begins to change, we want to see infrastructure being resilient and offering the communities that it's in the safety and services that they require.
Okay, so Uttar Pradesh definitely has a long-term plan then. You mentioned sustainability, right, being one of these key factors. Does solar power come into play into all of this?
Absolutely. Energy is critical. We're using energy right now. Energy is critical for all development. Solar power, BESS, and any other type of renewable energy is a core piece of our infrastructure, our portfolio. And in terms of how it can help change the grid, moving away from carbon or a darker grid and moving to a greener grid is critical to any nation's development, and certainly going to be the strain for the future as well.
Yeah, it's a secure source of energy, right? And China is securing their energy with windmills. Is part of your infrastructure plan for Uttar Pradesh windmills? Can you tell me more about this as well?
So I couldn't go through individual pieces that are going to be in our portfolio, but I will tell you that wind is a key part of our portfolio as well, not only in Southeast Asia and South Asia, but also where we operate in Africa. It plays a great partnering role with solar, because generally you will see wind being more active in the evenings when the sun goes down. So it has a great way of kind of balancing the grid. It is a challenging sector to do, but that's why we're here.
Okay, it looks like the future of Uttar Pradesh will be bright. Thank you so much, Mr. Foley, for your time.
Thank you.
This is Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Hello, I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World. Today, I'm seated with Nishant Kumar, the Managing Director for Page Guarantees. Now, Nishant, I just caught you as you were coming out of the room with the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. What can you tell me about the mood in there and what you've learned from your meeting?
Look, it's been, I was quite impressed with the positive vibe that was there in the room. I mean, if anything, I hope I would have spent more time there to get some more positive energy out of it, right? I mean, I actually bumped into the official photographer, downstairs while I was coming up the lift, and he told me that CM, Honorable CM, has been in meetings since 8:30 yesterday. He landed here 5 a.m. and 8:30 he's been on spree to meet investors, which just shows the massive interest that state has generated among the investor community in the region, and which is quite fascinating. Yeah, thank you.
It takes a lot of energy to essentially build Uttar Pradesh into becoming a $1 trillion economy. What can you tell me about some of the sectors that you're interested to see grow in the next 10 to 20, 30 years in Uttar Pradesh, please?
So look, the Honorable CM has outlined several investments and in fact specifically on climate, right? So green hydrogen, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, food security, affordable housing, and these are some of the sectors that my organization or the organization for which I work for, we also enable investments and crowd in private sector investments into that. So we just executed an MOU with the state to help mobilize capital in these sectors for the state.
Okay. An MOU was just activated. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Former Labor Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelstam has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating that he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. The US ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, has been barred from meeting French government officials after failing to appear at the Foreign Ministry, where he was summoned over earlier remarks about the killing of far-right activists in France. French officials said the no-show was a breach of diplomatic expectations. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russian and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. Suk Yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. And now to our top story. China has announced that it is closely monitoring US policies and will decide in due course whether to adjust countermeasures to the new tariffs imposed by US President Donald Trump. This comes after Trump declared a new temporary tariff of 15% on US imports from all countries, following a Supreme Court ruling that his previous tariffs were imposed beyond his authority. A Chinese Commerce Ministry official stated that Beijing remains open to frank consultations during the upcoming 6th round of US-China trade talks. China has consistently opposed unilateral tariffs and is urging the US to cancel them. The new tariff comes after the Supreme Court struck down tariffs on Chinese goods under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Previous tariffs on Chinese goods remain in place, and China had retaliated with countermeasures, including duties on US agricultural and energy products. Trump's visit to China in late March is expected to focus on these ongoing trade issues. And joining us live, we have Dr. Satoru Nagao, who is a fellow at the Hudson Institute, joining us from Tokyo. Dr. Nagao, what do you believe that the Supreme Court's recent decision has played a large influence in China willing to go to the next round of negotiations, or do you believe that it could just be a effort by China to move forward trade relations?
In this case, China believes they have the advantage in the negotiation because even if the President Trump want to continue the tariff by using the other law, and there's a possibility it could be the legal in the long run. During President Trump seeking the backbone of the legal in the country, China can push the United States to decline the percentage or eliminate all of the tariff could happen in the negotiation, they believe. So that's why China will push the United States just now, and the U.S. faces a little tough negotiation now. But anyway, the President Trump tried to find the legal background of the tariff and impose the tariff. It's their policy, and this is the strategic move in the Trump administration. So that's why even if the China believes this is an advantage, United States will not back down, I think, because if the United States allow China to change the tariff because of this, the other country will follow. So that's why the U.S. government will not back down the negotiation to avoid such kind of situation, I think.
Don't go very far, Dr. Nagao, as we move to our next story, where China's foreign ministry has said that it will safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Hong Kong-based conglomerate CK Hutchison after the Panamanian authorities took control of 2 ports on the Panama Canal from the company. Listen in.
中方在巴拿马有关港口问题上的立场是明确的。我相信你也注意到，有关企业已经发表了声明，表示将保留包括诉诸法律程序在内的一切权利。中方将坚决维护企业的正当合法权益。
This comes as the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region launched a strong protest and delivered a stern rebuke to Panama over its government's forceful takeover of 2 key ports on the Panama Canal operated by Hong Kong's CK Hutchison. The protest, lodged with Panama's Consul General in the city by the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development, Algernon Yao Yinghua, was made 1 day after the Panamanian authorities took over control and operations of the Balboa and Cristobal ports from Panama Ports Company, a subsidiary of CK Hutchison. And joining us again, we have just Dr. Satoru Nagao. Dr. Nagao, how do you believe that this latest decision will affect China's willingness to do business in Latin America and in Panama in general? Will they look to diversify their interests in the region, or perhaps look to alternative routes like land routes over Latin America?
In this case, all of the negotiation between U.S. and China is affected because China believes court decision in the United States it has the advantage, and originally China do not like the U.S. under President Trump's policy toward China, including tariff, including the Panama Canal, including etc. Everything the U.S. try to make pressure to China. So now the U.S. court decision related to the tariff or court decision related with others, China has the advantage, they believe. So now is the time to strike back and push back, and in the negotiations they start to believe. So even if this is miscalculation, I believe, because President Trump will not back down this policy, but if China believes that this is a chance and exploit it and push U.S. back very strongly, It is China expected too much, I believe. So, but because if the U.S. back down, the other country will push the United States like China. So this is more tough for the United States. So U.S. cannot back down. So that's why the U.S. will not back down, but China expects U.S. will back down. So that's why this negotiation will be tough. But both the U.S. and China cannot get enough benefit they expect. But that could happen, I believe.
Dr. Satoru, please keep with us as we move to our next story in Pakistan. As according to reports, 5 police officials were killed in Kohat City after gunmen attacked their patrol vehicle and set it on fire. The attack comes amid a surge in terrorist violence following a similar assault in nearby Karak that killed 3 paramilitary troops. Pakistan recently carried out airstrikes across the border in Afghanistan targeting terrorists, a move that reportedly killed at least 13 civilians, heightening tensions between the two neighbours. Dr. Satoru, how do you believe, why do you believe that no group has yet claimed responsibility for this attack?
In this case, a little bit controversial is who attacked first. It looks like the egg or chicken, which one first. So, because Taliban activity in the Pakistan attacked many places in Pakistan. And Pakistan's army pushed them back to Afghanistan. Despite this, under the President Khan, former president, he tried to agree with Taliban in Pakistan, which escaped to Afghanistan, to return to Pakistan after the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan in 2021. So this was the starting point. But the condition, he said, was disarming the condition is if Pakistan and Taliban will disarm themselves, they can return. But what really happened is they return with arms. So that's why under the new government, after that, they start to fight in Pakistan and push them back to Afghanistan, but continue to fight in Pakistan. Now Pakistan bombed Afghanistan, and the Taliban in Pakistan upset this situation and supporting the Pakistan in Taliban. Taliban in Pakistan, and so this kind of incident is related with Pakistan and Taliban has occurred in many places, and Pakistan will upset, I believe, so and they will bomb Afghanistan again, and so this is a battle. One side use terrorists, gunmen, other side use airstrikes or howitzers or something. So, and cross the border, firing continue between Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Dr. Satoru, do you believe that this incident is another event in a broader trend of militant violence against security forces, or could it be perhaps an isolated incident, seeing as we don't know who was responsible for the attack at this moment?
View from the background storage, I believe this is a terrorist incident Pakistan and Taliban involved. Because recently the Pakistani government bombed the terrorist camp in Afghanistan, and this terrorist camp is it's Pakistan and Taliban. So that's why Pakistan and Taliban try to attack Pakistan again. So they are fighting. One side, Pakistan Taliban is using the gunmen, and Pakistan side use the airstrike, and they are fighting. That is happening, I believe. So this is a terrorist related to Pakistan Taliban, I believe. But if this is the terrorist activity of the other group to attack the Syria in Pakistan was something. Of course, in case of Pakistan, there's a possibility it could happen. But view from the locations, there's a possibility, a high possibility that this is a terrorist attack of the Pakistan Taliban involved. The Taliban in Pakistan involved, sorry. This is, okay, sorry.
Dr. Satoru, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. Now moving to our next story, The Iranian government spokeswoman Fatima Mohajerani has said that university students have the rights to protest, but everyone must understand the red lines. Mohajerani has added that sanctities and the flag are two examples of these red lines that we must protect and not cross or deviate from, even at the height of anger. Let's listen in to what Fatima Mohajerani had to say.
حق اعتراض داره. دانشجو زخمی رو بر دل داره و زخمی رو دیده که طبیعتاً از اون میتونه عصبانی بشه. ولی باید بدونیم که خط قرمزها رو باید همه ما درک کنیم. مقدسات و پرچم دو گونه از خط قرمزهایی هستند که باید مراقبت بکنیم در عین عصبانیت از اونها عبور و عدول نکنیم.
Now, Iran is reportedly on the verge of finalizing a deal with China to purchase advanced anti-ship cruise missiles. The deal involves the Chinese-made CM-302 missiles, which have a range of approximately 290 kilometers and are designed to evasively strike targets by flying low and fast. These supersonic missiles would significantly enhance Iran's military capabilities and would also pose a potential threat to US naval forces in the region. Negotiations, which began at least 2 years ago, gained momentum after the Israel-Iran conflict in June last year. High-level Iranian officials, including Deputy Defense Minister Masoud Orey, visited China last summer to finalize the deal. While the exact details, including the number of missiles and the payment terms, remain unclear, experts consider the deal a game-changer, given the missile's difficulty to intercept. China's willingness to supply Iran with such advanced weaponry would further complicate US efforts to restrict Iran's military growth and nuclear program, while signaling China's increasing military engagement in a region traditionally dominated by US power. Now joining us live, we have Ali Mohammed Abushbak, who is a Middle East researcher based out of Cairo. Ali, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, in your opinion, do these latest moves, the purchase of these missiles, will they affect the negotiations currently underway between the US and Iran, as it could be seen as a potential development to stymie the threat of military action that Trump has been talking about these last couple of days?
Thank you for having me. This is not the first time, and this is not the first deal between that's related to the deal between Iran and other country with regard buy a weapon. Last week also there is a lack of information about Iran have been agreed and talked to Russia to buy a shoulder-fired missile that's to enhance their power and to enhance the defense system in Iran. And that was last week, and today also it's about the supersonic missile from China. That's mean the line and that the access between Iran and the access between Russia and China, they will be together, and that's mean Iran want to send a message. I'm not sure if it's a true or no, just only such kind of information to amplify the power of Iran, and that's giving the justification for America to attack Iran or to launch a war against Iran. That's mean Iran it's imposing a danger to the area and to the region. That's giving the green light for America if this is true or no. But the thing is here also today morning there is Islamic Revolution Regard also have committed a drill in South Iran that's using a drone, using a missile, using a defense area. That's according to the Iranian television. They confirmed this drills. It's to defend this area, and that's also this is a second drill since the week when the Iran also tried to make a drill to close Hormuz as well as joining with Russia. all of these a message to the America, to United States, that Iran is ready for the war. But in my opinion, this is indirect message also to the Iranian delegation, Abbas Araghchi, especially. You shouldn't to give up. You shouldn't to make a concession for America in case of our national goal about our national aims. That's a nuclear weapon or a nuclear program. We have a power to defend ourselves. This is an indirect message to Araghchi. And that's giving him more, a power to stress on his demand, or to stress on his, what they call it, legitimate demands. But also, this increase the situation, that's escalate the situation on the ground, because America also is to start mobilizing, military mobilizing its aircraft in the region. And today we have seen also, this is the most this number, it's not represented since the war 2003, when America waged the war against Iraq. That's making the area, it's more intention. But also here that the coming Thursday, it's very crucial, because this is the last chance, according to the a leak from the Western media. They confirmed that this is the last chance for Iranian, and the strike against Iran, it's based on what Witkoff and Kushner, they will provide Donald Trump. If they will feel that Iran is going to make a concession and it's going to give up and it's going to be more flexible, they will continue the diplomatic faith. But if Iran is still make a strict, and it's very tough to reach out to any solution or resolution with Iran, that's mean that strike is very close. In my opinion, this kind of news about the Iranians deal with Russia, to buy a weapon with America, with China to buy a weapon, this is to amplify the power of Iran. That same happened in 2003 when they are attacked Iraq, Saddam Hussein regime. Also, they consider that he has a destructive missile weapon, and a massive destructive missile weapon. But ultimately, his army has nothing except AK-47. This kind of news just
Ali, I'm so
highlighted.
sorry to interrupt, but we just need to move on to our next story. Please stay with us now as we move to Europe, where Portugal has confirmed a significant increase in US military activity at the Lajes Air Base in Azores. This base, located in the strategic mid-Atlantic, has become a key location as tensions with Iran escalate. The increase in US operations comes under a 1951 agreement allowing US access without prior notification to Portuguese authorities. Portuguese Foreign Minister Paulo Rangel said the surge in activity is primarily around overflights, stoppers, and possible refueling or staging operations. He noted the US is not moving offensive assets through the base, and the specific scale or duration remains unclear. Defense analysts suggest that spikes in traffic typically signal logistical preparations, not necessarily military action, though the timing comes amid rising US-Iran friction and regional instability. Joining us again, we have Ali Mohammed Abushbak, who is a Middle East researcher in Cairo. Ali, just based on this story, do you believe that in the context of the current tensions in the Middle East, that this could influence Portugal's role and reputation within NATO, given the current build-up of American firepower in the Mediterranean and Middle East area?
See, this kind of mobilization, it's not represented, and I guess this kind of, this, it's not just has any justification about, the reason of this kind of action or this active on the Mediterranean Sea, and on also not only Mediterranean Sea, because in all the region, especially in Middle East. So the things is, its situation is boiling and it's fragile. I mean, it's also has no any justification about such kind of action or active on the ground. But also I can't find any kind of interpretation about it, except this kind of, it's a part of warning for what is coming. Alarm what is happening. I'm not sure about it also. This America is preparing for a huge war, but also Donald Trump, he's such a person who doesn't believe on the long-term war or long-term period war. So that's the things, but also all the sign on the ground see there is several of signs that showing that Donald Trump, he's a very serious about bombing Iran. It's not about using Portugal or another also bases in region. It's also about, it's about Red Sea, Mediterranean Sea. Also, we are talking about the Hormuz. We are talking about several of things. So
Ali
that's
Mohammed Mabushbak, I'm so sorry, but that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Moving to our next story, FedEx has filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration seeking a full refund of tariff payments if made under policies ruled illegal by the US Supreme Court. The complaint, lodged in the US Court of International Trade, challenges tariffs imposed by the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. The Supreme Court recently ruled that Trump overstepped his authority with these tariffs. While the court didn't specify whether businesses are entitled to refunds, experts expect a wave of lawsuits in the coming years. FedEx is asking for a refund of duties paid last year, plus interest and legal fees. The company joins others, including Costco and Revlon, in seeking compensation. And now moving our focus to Singapore, where our correspondent Roshan Gidwani is covering the visit of Yogi Adityanath, who is India's Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister. The visit is focused on discussions around investment opportunities in sectors such as data centres, logistics hubs, renewable energy and industrial infrastructure. Gidwani speaks with Samir M. Upadhyay, founder and CSRO of VDC Education, about the potential for growth in Uttar Pradesh. Listen in.
Hello, I'm Roshan Gidwani for NewsX World, and today I'm sitting with Samir Upadhyay, the co-founder of VDC. Of course, we're here at the Shangri-La, where the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is visiting. His name is none other than Yogi Adityanath. It's been a full 2 days so far. It's the 24th of February, 2026, and today I'd like to find out more from Mr. Upadhyay himself about VDC and his plans to grow his business into becoming one that puts Uttar Pradesh on the map for students all over the world. Mr. Upadhyay, please, what is your vision exactly for your company and the future of education in Uttar Pradesh?
The future of education in Uttar Pradesh is so great because if you see, we have the most international universities like you can see Amity and Rai, Ashoka, so many universities are there, and they are, you can find the same Amity University in Singapore also. You know, they have a branch in Dubai, they have in Singapore. So the future of the universities of Uttar Pradesh is much brighter, and it's focus oriented with the career of the students who are living in Uttar Pradesh. Plus, as my founder told you earlier, that it's basically the population of the entire Europe. Okay, so there are much more opportunities, and when we are talking about the visionary Prime Minister and the bold and implemented Chief Minister Mr. Yogi Adityanath ji, what people wants to that they do pursue the career outside India and they want to come back, because every state has their own ODOP, one district, one product, if you know about that. And you know, we have a defense corridor, we have a semiconductor, we have a biggest airport coming. So there are immense job opportunities in UP coming back after pursuing a good course or career worldwide.
Fantastic. Now, I asked your co-founder this just a few seconds ago. You were in the room. So I'd really like to know as well, from your perspective, what are some of the trends you've noticed for future careers in Uttar Pradesh and around the world? You specifically.
Again, he told the same thing, which I will also, continue with the same, point. Careers are evolving and revolving. Even if you talk about an actor or about a politician or any sports person, they have to evolve and revolve every day. So it is not that fixed. Okay, like there are so many multitasking people nowadays. Even the politicians are good, basically influencer. Even the sportsman person are a big good in advertisement. So they have never find a career as a sportsman. They find might be in marketing or any other job. So it all depends. What my founder also told, that make your passion as profession rather than going on just numbers or just follow it. So follow your dream, follow your passion, and you will be having a much more clarity in your life.
Fantastic. I really like that answer. Essentially, you have to work hard and evolve. Now, when we think about future or postgraduate degrees, rather, post-undergraduate careers in education, something I read or listened to the other day came up in my mind, which kind of revolves around the fact that business is more so than, like you just said, more so than the numbers. It really comes down to the people skills. Is this also being developed in universities there? Are there careers for that? Or in your past experience, what can you tell me about maybe a certain example or an instance where it was the way you conducted yourself that got you in the room more than what you had done, or the degree that you'd done? Please.
See, again, it is the same thing, when you are going for the practical knowledge, okay, the things are different rather than the theoretical. And thanks to our Prime Minister, who has the vision, who has introduced through the new national education policy in 2020, where he has focused on careers and the skilling. Okay, so right skill if you have, okay, you can choose that career. Because initially there were, when you might be studying the 15 years or 20 years back, all right, there are 3-4 careers only in the life.
Hello, welcome to the newsroom. I'm Asuma Katauka. Today we are going to be looking at the top 5 stories which has come in today. First, we start with the breaking news coming in from Afghanistan and Pakistan. Heavy clashes have reportedly erupted between Pakistani and Afghan forces along the Durand Line, as Afghan forces have destroyed at least 2 Pakistani military posts after heavy shelling from Afghan forces. There have been claims that a few Pakistani soldiers were also killed and that the fighting continues to intensify. This latest conflict follows recent escalations, including Pakistan's airstrikes inside of Afghanistan on February 22nd. Pakistani fighter jets targeted several locations along the Durand Line, to killing at least 28 Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, also known as TTP fighters. The airstrikes hit multiple areas, including the Barmal district of Paktika province and the Banusi Madrasa in the Argun area. Afghan forces have described the latter as a response to Pakistan's aggression. Now we have another breaking news coming in from UK about Prince Andrew. Now MPs have backed the release of documents on former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's appointment as a UK trade envoy. The government has supported a Liberal Democrat motion which forces ministers to release files on the former prince's appointment to the role in 2001, including those relating to vetting. Trade Minister Sir Chris Bryant said the government would comply with the police as much as they can, although he has cited the live police investigation as a reason for possible delays. The former prince was released under investigation last week following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police had previously said they were considering investigating him over allegations relating to his association with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and were reviewing allegations he shared confidential material. Andrew held the role of Special Representative for International Trade and Investment between 2001 to 2011, giving him privileged access to senior government and business contacts around the world. Emails released in the US from the latest tranche of files related to Epstein include claims that he forwarded government reports from visits to Vietnam, Singapore, and China to Epstein in 2010. Elsewhere in the documents, Andrew is also alleged to have forwarded information on investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Afghanistan to Epstein. Andrew has not responded to the BBC's request for comments on specific allegations that have emerged after the US release of files in January related to the late financier. He has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He told MPs they are all, Sir Chris said colleagues and civil servants had told him about their interactions with Andrew. Now we move on to our next news. We will be joined by my colleague Meher Khurana. Meher, what more can you tell us about this?
Well, yes, Asuba, former UK royal Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has made headlines again this week, where earlier he was arrested from his house on his 66th birthday and then he was later released on bail. Now, the breaking development that has taken place just now is that the Britain's House of Commons has approved the release of Andrew's files, and the motion was passed in a voice note and with no immediate confirmation on whether the documents will be released to the public or not. Now, the approval is the part of an ongoing scrutiny over Andrew's actions during his decade role as the trade envoy, which was a position held from 2001 until his title was revoked due to his connection with late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the key issue at hand is whether Prince Andrew improperly shared government information with Epstein during his tenure in office. Now, this controversy has sparked a significant debate with many calling for transparency to understand whether these allegations are true or not. Now, Ed Davey, the leader of the opposition Liberal Democrats, introduced this motion in the parliament, and he argued that it was high time for transparency. Now, this person, Davey, he described the situation as the first truly global scandal stretching from Washington DC to Silicon Valley and even to Europe and cities like Oslo and Paris. And he made it clear that this is also a deeply British scandal impacting the British establishment, including some of the country's most powerful figures. Now, the allegations against Prince Andrew have become far beyond the UK and have caused international concern as well as this investigation continues. And now Prince Andrew was arrested earlier on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, this follows allegations that during his time as trade envoy, he shared confidential government documents with Jeffrey Epstein, and these allegations form part of the ongoing investigation into his relationship with Epstein. And following his arrest, Prince Andrew was released without charge, but the investigation is far from over. Now, the scandal has sent shockwaves through the British establishment, raising questions about how such powerful figures like him can use their influence to gain access to such sensitive information. Now, as the UK Parliament continues to discuss Andrew's case, the US Justice Department's recent release of millions of pages and documents related to Jeffrey Epstein has shed more light on his web of connections, and these documents detail how Epstein used his international network of wealthy and influential people and friends to gain power and influence. And as the MPs have now approved in these breaking developments, they've now approved Andrew's files to be released. We are tracking this update and we'll be seeing whether these files will be made public or not. Over to you, Asma.
For sharing that. Now we move on to US and Iran. Now US President Donald Trump has once again raised alarm towards Iran by sending a warning. A new warning from US President Donald Trump is raising temperature in an already tense situation with Iran, although indirect talks are still planned for this week between US and Iran. The US President says he still wants a deal, but his message is also clear. Time may be running out. Trump has said that he would prefer diplomacy to limit Iran's nuclear program. However, if talks fail, he warns it could be, and I quote, a very bad day for Iran. These comments came in a social media post where Trump pushed back against reports about a possible war. He said stories about US military plans were wrong and misleading, adding that he alone will make the final decision. At the center of this moment is a new round of US-Iran talks scheduled for Thursday in Geneva. Officials hope those discussions could revive a path forward, limiting Iran's nuclear activities as well. While diplomacy is still on the table, the military signals are hard to ignore in recent weeks. And today we saw United States has been building up forces across the Middle East, and that includes USS Gerald 4, which is almost in the Gulf. And at least 2 aircraft carrier strike groups moving into the region, and there are other signs of preparations. The US State Department has ordered non-essential American diplomats to leave Lebanon. This is a similar step that was taken last year just before US strikes targeted Iranian nuclear facilities in what they called Midnight Hammer. Meanwhile, some US officials are sounding the alarm about Iran's nuclear progress, while White House Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said over the weekend that Iran may be only a week away from what he called industrial-grade bomb-making material. Iran, for its part, is also striking a dual tone. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is ready for negotiation but also prepared for war if necessary. And that stark message shows just how high the stakes have become. Now for this, more details, I would like to welcome back my colleague Meher Khurana. Meher, thank you very much for staying with us. What more can you tell us about the rising tensions between US and Iran?
Well, yes, Asuma, in this situation, developments are taking place every day. More comments are coming in, and both sides are looking for diplomatic options, and the US has also increased their military presence in the waters of Middle East. Now today, let's start with some recent comments coming in from the White House, where White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt has said that Trump's first option his first preference remains diplomacy, but he's willing to use lethal force if necessary. Now, Leavitt also spoke about the success of the Operation Midnight Hammer that was taking place earlier and that destroyed key Iranian nuclear facilities. The United States has also been closely monitoring Iran's ongoing military capabilities, and they have also deployed now, former US officials and regional analysts are warning that Iran could retaliate if military strikes or drones focusing on their infrastructure could cause economic damage. Now, in response, US military planners are exploring a variety of options, and they've also increased their military presence in the waters. Now, talking about the military build-up and air defenses, now the US forces have ramped up their military presence, with the Pentagon has increased their air defenses and naval assets, have been reinforced, notably the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. has arrived at the US naval base in Crete. Now, meanwhile, the US forces in the region have deployed fighter squadrons and additional naval assets to bolster their presence. Now, talking about Iran's military drills on their side, Tehran is flexing its military muscle as well, with Iranian state media reporting that the country's Revolutionary Guard forces recently held military drills in Iran's southern coast. Now, in parallel, Iranian officials, including spokesperson Fatmeh, have echoed the regime's stance on maintaining their red lines. And they've acknowledged the anger and frustration among the Iranian university students because they have started to protest again. Now, Trump's position on military action is that Trump has continued to issue stern warnings towards Tehran, stressing that Iran must cut a new deal on its nuclear program or face consequences. Now, talking about the talks that are scheduled. As far as the diplomatic track continues, the US and Iran are scheduled to hold their next round of nuclear talks in Geneva on February the 26th, which is Thursday, and these negotiations are seen as a crucial point in the ongoing standoff, with both sides signaling that a failure to reach the agreement could lead to further escalation. Both Washington and Tehran have maintained that war remains a real possibility if talks do not yield a resolution. Now, on the domestic front, protests in Iran have continued to intensify, particularly among university students. And as a new academic semester begins, students have resumed their protests and reviving slogans from the widespread demonstrations that earlier took place in January. Now, as diplomatic and military developments are taking place, we are tracking the talks that are scheduled in Geneva on 26th of February, and will bring you all the developments as and when they take place. Over to you, Asuma.
Meher. Now we move on to our next news. Today is marking the 4th anniversary of Ukraine and Russia's war. Now, coalition of the willing have gathered in Europe, where Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Ukraine will do everything to achieve peace and justice, and the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion is here. Now, European leaders are in Ukraine and commemorative events are being held across the country as they enter the 5th year. While UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that Ukraine's allies must defeat the falsehood that Russia is winning, while French President Emmanuel Macron has described the war as a triple failure for Russia. Meanwhile, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said the goals of what Russia calls the special military operation have not been fully achieved yet. Now, at least 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since 24th February 2022, according to Zelensky, but the toll could be higher, according to some analysts. Now, Ukraine and Russia have, Russia has taken about 4,700 square kilometers of territory in 2025, an area about twice the size of city of Moscow, according to analysts and the US-based Institute of Study of War. While Russian forces have been moving mile by mile through the Donbas region, trying to gain full control of the area along with two other regions in Zaporizhia and Kherson. Now we welcome back my colleague, Meher Khurana. Meher, thank you for staying with us. What more can you tell us about this as we approach the 5th year?
Well, yes, Asuma, the Russia-Ukraine war has today marked its 4th anniversary, with Ukraine going into its 5th year now. And today, the coalition of willing meeting took place, where dignitaries and figures, a lot of people attended, global figures attended this meeting, and a lot of comments have coming in. Well, today let's start with comments from European Union Chief Ursula von der Leyen, and she arrived in Kiev earlier today for the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and this marks von der Leyen's 10th visit to the Ukrainian capital, and she sent a strong message to both the Ukrainian people as well as Russia. She stressed that Europe would not relent until peace is restored on Ukraine's terms. Now, von der Leyen confirmed that the European Union has provided nearly 195 billion euros in support since the invasion took place, which was 4 years ago. Now, in a touching anniversary message, Prince Harry has also shared his admiration for Ukraine's resilience, and he noted that Ukraine has shown the world what true resilience looks like, and he conveyed his deep respect for the courage, dignity and unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people. And Prince Harry has also visited Ukraine twice in the past year and has continued to inspire with his message the strength and hope of the citizens of Ukraine. Well, comments have also come in from the Ukrainian president himself, where Volodymyr Zelensky has addressed the nation and the international community and has reaffirmed Russia's goals have not been achieved. Now, despite the heavy toll of 55,000 Ukrainian military deaths as per him, Zelensky has stressed that Ukraine would continue to fight for peace and justice, refusing to surrender to Russia's demands. Now, he also made an urgent call for increased air defense systems and missiles, and these advanced intercorps used with American Patriot missile systems are critical in defending Ukraine against Russian missile attacks that keep on happening. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has also made comments today, where in Moscow he said that he accused Ukraine and Western intelligence agencies of being behind recent attacks on Russian soil. Now, Putin claimed that Ukraine had restored 2 terrorist attacks, quote unquote terrorist attacks, and sabotage attempts, including an explosion near a Moscow train station that killed a police officer. He also warned that Britain and France, without providing any evidence, accused them of plotting to arm Ukraine with a nuclear bomb. Now, this unsubstantiated claim has raised further concerns about the ongoing tensions. And he also mentioned that Russia's military operation in Ukraine would continue until all objectives are met. Now, speaking about the international stance on this crisis, European leaders, including British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron, also weighed in on the conflict, and Starmer declared that Russia is not winning the war, and he emphasized that Ukraine's allies must continue to support for the country's defense. Now, Starmer also directly addressed Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he called him the primary obstacle in these peace negotiations. Now, Ukraine has also pleaded for further integration of sanctions and the European Union, and he's appealed to the European Union for a clearer timeline regarding Ukraine's accession to the EU, and he emphasized that guaranteed date for joining the EU would fortify Europe against any divisions that Russia could exploit to block Ukraine's progress. Now, Zelensky also called for stronger sanctions regarding Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers. Now, as the war enters its 5th year now, today, and the 4th anniversary is just taking place, developments are taking place with strikes happening on the ground every day, and diplomacy also prevailing with new talks taking place every now and then. And we are tracking the war very closely and will bring you all the updates as and when they come in.
in the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Former Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of major operations against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russia and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered violence with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. A landmark social media addiction trial resumed with a YouTube executive insisting that the Google-owned company's aim was to give people value, not hook them on harmful binge viewing. And for your top stories this hour, investigators have examined the site of a deadly bomb blast in Moscow's Savilovsky train station. The explosion, which took place just after midnight, killed one police officer and left 2 others injured. The attacker, who detonated an explosive device near a police patrol car, died at the scene. Russian authorities have launched an investigation into the incident, charging the assailant with attempted murder of law enforcement officers and illegal possession of explosives. This blast comes on the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, adding to the series of attacks in Moscow in recent weeks. We are now being joined by Professor Georgi, who is a professor for Russian Academy of Science. Thank you for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. In the context of the broader Russian-Ukraine war, what are the possible implications if violence spills over regularly onto Russian soil, and how might this affect domestic policies and civil liabilities?
Well, I would say it causes frustration, but at the same time it raises the spirit that the war is righteous and that we should defeat the enemy to stop this terrorism. Because all of Russia is now affected. Every day we saw dozens and hundreds of drones attacking major Russian cities and major civil objects in deep Russia. And Ukraine is demanding more of the missiles to be able to bring in even more death and harm. And they are targeting high-level officials. They're killing people just at the doorsteps, at their own houses. And they're blowing up now the policemen at the very center and at the very downtown Moscow. So this is a terrorist regime which should be changed, to my mind, and more Russians understand that compromises and leniency are not affordable. We just cannot afford it at the time. So in a broader context of the war, now in its 5th year, 4 years ago it started, and now many people understand that Ukraine wouldn't have been able to withstand a Russian attack if it was a surprise attack, if they were not prepared. And the more and more evidence show that they have been preparing for the war with Russia, with the territories populated by Russian population for a long time, since at least early 2010s. And therefore, some people say we were too late to strike, and we shouldn't have conducted any negotiation or persuasion. We should have struck on Ukraine much earlier to prevent this from happening. And this is a good lesson for the future, because we now understand Ukraine was supported from the start by the whole West, which wanted to bring defeat and bring damage to Russia. And so more and more people understand the reasons for this war and the righteousness of this war.
Thank you, Professor Georgi, but please don't go too far, as I will be back with you very shortly. The 45th edition of Cobra Gold, Southeast Asia's largest and longest running military exercise, officially began today in Rayong province in Thailand. Over 8,000 troops from 30 countries are participating in this year's drills, which will continue until March the 6th. The focus of the exercise is on combined joint all-domain operations, integrating land, sea, air, space and cyber warfare tactics. This year's drills, however, are placing a particular emphasis on modern warfare challenges, including cyber defense, space operations and counter-drone strategies. US Army officials have reiterated the importance of the strong partnership between the US and Thailand, highlighting their shared commitment to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region. Furthermore, Cobra Gold continues to evolve, adapting to new security challenges and promoting closer cooperation and interoperability between participating nations. Regardless of the scale, the exercise remains a key platform for fostering regional stability and strengthening military alliances. Let's listen in.
The exercise will emphasize on military capabilities in joint multi-domain operations, consisting of land, sea, air, and importantly, space and cyber, a new and crucial dimension of the 21st century security. It will also focus on integrating knowledge and training methods to align with the current global situation. On this occasion, I now declare Cobra Gold 26 officially open.
We are now being joined back with Professor Georgi Toleraya. Thank you for joining us back here today on NewsX World. In the context of rising geopolitical competition in the Indo-Pacific, how might such large scale of drills influence power dynamics between the US, China and other ASEAN nations?
Well, actually, I'm now in Thailand, speaking from the place, not exactly the Rayong province, but nearby. So these are the regular exercises which take place yearly, but this year we have significant differences. First of all, the exercises are aimed at with special accent on space and cyber warfare. So some lessons of Ukrainian war has been taken into account, and Thailand and US and other participants, there are about 30 countries, they're practicing the warfare of the 21st century. And it is widely interpreted as a sort of anti-Chinese exercise, although China do participate in a limited form in this exercise in humanitarian part of them, but still strategically speaking, it is basically to contain China. And US and Thailand are here to show that they're in one boat, especially the US is having this aim. Second, what is important is the Cambodia factor. You know that the war with Cambodia, the conflict with Cambodia have been raging all through the year, and Thailand as a result have occupied some territories which they now control. And Cambodia is conspicuously absent from this year's exercises. So the Cambodia might be taking this as a sort of aggressive collective pressure on itself, and that doesn't really increase the peace and security in the region.
And what role do multinational military exercises like Cobra Gold play in strengthening interoperability and trust among participating nations' armed forces?
Well, there are very different nations taking part, even from Europe, Australia as well. So I say this is a part of a broader US scheme to have their foothold everywhere, especially in this strategically important area of Southeast Asia.
Thank you so much, Professor Georgie, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. According to reports, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said his government would back removing Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from the line of succession to the British throne. In a letter to UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Albanese reportedly said Australians view Mountbatten Windsor as inappropriate to remain in line following serious allegations linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Reports suggest that New Zealand also supports the proposal, and any chance requires approval from all realms. British authorities are reportedly investigating Mountbatten Windsor, including searches of his former Windsor home, while he denies the wrongdoings. We are now being joined by retired Major General Rajan Kochar, who's a senior strategic and international affairs expert, joining us from New Delhi. Thank you for joining us here today on NewsX World. How significant is Australia's public endorsement of the move, being one of the first Commonwealth countries to back it, for Commonwealth unity and the monarchy's future?
Thank you, Ali, because this is a very, very interesting take from Australia, because King Charles III is also Australia's head of state, and removing someone from the royal succession now isn't just a UK domestic policy. It also requires legislative changes approved across all realms, and I think they also share the same monarch. So I think it's a very significant move, because Australia being the first Commonwealth country who has made this statement, and maybe New Zealand will also follow suit shortly, because there has been a statement from the New Zealand government also saying that it would support a UK-led proposal to remove Andrew. and stressing that no one is above the law. And not only, this has larger ramifications to all countries whose leaders have figured in the Epstein file, because we are seeing such kind of stringent action on the part of UK only, but we haven't seen anything happening in the United States. And that is one important aspect, because it reflects on the misconduct in public office, because anybody who has been compromised in this fashion in the terms of the Epstein files, and then the investigation follows thereafter. And if he has been prima facie, if there is an involvement seen in the investigation, then I think these are the measures which need to be taken. And I think UK has set a very, very good example, which possibly other countries also need to follow, because I have seen in our country also leaders have been named, but so far no action has been taken. And in the US also we have seen certain prominent leaders who have been named in the Epstein file, and we don't see any action taking place there also. The next important aspect is public opinion. You see, this move is not only procedural, it reflects a widespread public revulsion in many Commonwealth countries towards a deeper allegation revealed in the Epstein files. And I think broadly, if we consider this, this would be a very, very clear step on the part of the Commonwealth countries, and I'm sure other countries will also follow suit.
Thank you so much, Major General Dr. Rejim, for joining us here today on NewsX World. We are coming in with some breaking news. According to internal company documents, Air India is experiencing a surge in technical incidents, including engine oil and fuel leaks, reaching the highest rate in at least 14 months. The document also revealed that the number of technical issues per 1,000 flights more than quadrupled between December 24 and January 2026. In response, the airline is working on systematic improvements across flight operations, training and engineering to prevent the reoccurrence of these incidents. According to internal company documents, Air India is experiencing a surge in technical incidents, including engine oil and fuel leaks, reaching the highest rate in at least 14 months. The document also revealed that the number of technical issues per 1,000 flights more than quadrupled between December 2024 and January 2025. In response, the airline is working on systematic improvements across the flights. Training and engineering as well are having improvements to prevent these reoccurrence of these incidents. According to reports in January, Air India recorded 1.09 technical incidents per 1,000 flights, which is more than quadrupled between December 2024 and January 2026. In response, the airline is working on systemic improvements across flight operations, training and engineering to prevent the reoccurrence of these incidents. According to reports in January, Air India recorded 1.09 technical incidents per 1,000 flights, quadrupling from levels of just 0.26 in December 2024. It did not provide earlier data. Air India operated more than 17,500 flights in January and recorded 23 technical incidents on its international and domestic flights, according to the document, which is not public. At least 21 of those incidents were investigated formally by the airline. India's Civil Aviation Ministry told lawmakers this month that 82.5% of the 166 Air India aircraft's IT analysed since January 2025 had recurring technical defects, compared with 36.5% for market leader Indigo. Internal company documents. India is experiencing we're coming at you with some more breaking news. A 5.6 magnitude earthquake has just struck off the northeastern coast of Taiwan in Yilan County. The quake had a depth of approximately 66 kilometers, according to the island's weather administration. Buildings in the capital, Taipei, were briefly shaken, but there are no immediate reports of damage or casualties. Continue to monitor the region for any aftershocks and urge residents to stay alert. Taiwan is located in a seismically active area, making earthquakes relatively common, though strong ones can still disrupt early life. Emergency services say they are ready to respond if needed. Is he here? We are now being joined by V.K. Joshi, who's a former director, Geological Survey of India, joining us from New Delhi. Thank you for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. What factors contribute to Taiwan's high seismic activity?
Actually, Taiwan is an island which was formed about 4 to 5 million years ago, because due to convergence of 5 plates, tectonic plates, and those tectonic plates are still active and they keep on moving. As a result of that subsurface movement, these earthquakes take place. And since it is very prone to earthquakes like Japan, they have taken adequate measures for safeguarding the building, but sometimes the earthquake is too powerful. And this 5.6 earthquake they have to be careful because it could be a foreshock of a major earthquake which may come any time. We never know whether it is a foreshock or an earthquake itself. So it's a highly seismic area and it needs a lot of precautions. That's it.
And what precautions can residents take in seismic zones like Taiwan?
You see, main precaution has to be taken at the time of construction of buildings. Those buildings have to be designed to be earthquake safe. It is difficult to design a building earthquake proof, but it can be earthquake safe. So it can withstand major shaking, one. Secondly, those who can manage to get out of the buildings in the time of earthquake, the residents, should get out as fast as possible without using the lifts. And but I know that from a 40-story, 60-story building, it is impossible to go out. I have no idea whether they have chutes for evacuating people or not in Taiwan. In Japan, they do have. But now earthquake-resistant technology is there, so they can always have better designs, and I am sure they have.
Thank you so much for joining us here today on our Breaking News So Soon. Thank you so much. Nearly 2,200 people have been released or had legal restrictions lifted under Venezuela's new amnesty law, according to ruling party lawmaker George Ariza. The law, which was passed last week, offers amnesty for those involved in political protests and violent actions between 2002 and 2025. While human rights groups have criticised the law for not adequately addressing the release of political prisoners, Interim President Delcy Rodriguez has overseen the release of hundreds of detainees, including opposition figures and journalists. More than 3,000 requests for amnesty have been made, with tribunals required to rule within 15 days. Let's listen in to what ruling party lawmaker and president of the Amnesty Commission, George Ariza, and released prisoner John Duke had to say.
Gracias a la ley 177 excarcelaciones, se han dado 2021 libertades plenas a personas que estaban en régimen de presentación y se han recibido en total más de 3.000 solicitudes y siguen llegando en los tribunales del país, en algunos como en Caracas, que se centra mucho, hay personas llevando sus escritos, defensores privados, defensores públicos, el Ministerio Público, las personas que están...
No violar los derechos humanos, no violar los derechos humanos. Si le dan un poder a una persona, no es para oprimir y tampoco no es para hacer injusticia, es para servir al ciudadano, Y gracias a Dios, gracias a todos ustedes, gracias a todas las personas, los ciudadanos venezolanos, venezolanas que oraron por nosotros escuchamos sus oraciones. Gracias por todos, hermanos. Aquí está la libertad.
Paramount Skydance has submitted a higher bid to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, intensifying the streaming battle with Netflix. The move seeks to address Warner Brothers' concerns about financing while Netflix retains the right to match the offer. The bidding war involves some of Hollywood's most iconic franchises, including Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. Paramount's bid is backed by Oracle billionaire Larry Ellison, and the company says it has clear a path to regulatory approval. Warner Brothers shareholders are set to vote on Netflix's offer on March the 20th, but the deal must still pass US and European antitrust scrutiny. The outcome will determine the future of HBO Max and potentially shift power in the global streaming market. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding of the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Former Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Mandelson has been released on police bail following questioning over alleged misconduct in public office. Scotland Yard opened an inquiry into the ex-business secretary after material surfaced indicating he may have passed classified Whitehall intelligence to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump threatened nations with punishing tariff hikes if they play games after his trade policy setback before the Supreme Court. President Donald Trump has denied reports that the top US military officer has flagged the risks of a major operation against Iran, saying Washington would easily defeat Tehran in any conflict. Ukraine is marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion with a show of solidarity from its staunchest allies and no immediate end in sight to Europe's biggest war since World War II. The United States is holding meetings in Geneva with Russia and Chinese delegations about nuclear weapons after the final treaty restricting Washington and Moscow's nuclear deployment expired. Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to quell clashes sparked by the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord that claimed dozens of lives. News of his death triggered spasms of violence, with cartel members blocking roads in 20 states and torching vehicles and businesses. South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol has filed an appeal against an insurrection conviction stemming from his 2024 martial law declaration. A landmark social media addiction trial resumed with a YouTube executive insisting that the Google-owned company's aim was not to give people value, not hook them on harmful binge viewing. And now for your top story this hour. European leaders, including Finnish President Alexander Stubb and Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, have arrived in Ukraine to mark the 4-year anniversary of Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga welcomed them, highlighting the solidarity of the Nordic-Baltic 8 in supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom and justice. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has also arrived in Kyiv, where she is greeted by Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga with a bouquet of yellow and blue flowers. Her visit underscores the EU's continued commitment to Ukraine amid ongoing conflict with Russia. To the top. Minister Ulf Kristersson has arrived in Ukraine to mark the 4-year anniversary of Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga welcomed them, highlighting the solidarity of the Nordic-Baltic 8 in supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom and justice. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen also arrived in Kyiv, where she was greeted by Ukraine's Foreign Minister with a bouquet of yellow and blue flowers. We're now being joined by Saul Sadka, who's a political commentator joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you, Saul, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. How can EU's visits and declarations of solidarity be translated into concrete political, military and economic support, especially amid stalled sanctions and aid debates within the bloc?
Well, the Europeans over the past 4 years of Putin's 3-day war, entering now its 5th year, have completely failed to live up to what they were supposed to do for standing by Ukraine. They have tried their best. However, the problem is that they've been put in such a situation by their previous leaders, such as Angela Merkel in particular, that it made it very difficult for them really to sanction Russia in the way that they needed to, in a way that would cause them pain points. Because of that, the war has dragged on a lot longer than it needed to. So for their visits into Kiev are a symbolic gesture, which is nowhere near as good as it would have been to do actually more material aspects to the sanctions. But hopefully this will be a turning point. Who knows? Certainly the Russians are currently on the back foot, if not technically on the battlefield. Their economy is grinding itself into the dust and will eventually grind to a halt, whereas Ukraine, on the other hand, is receiving essentially an infinite supply of Western aid to keep it afloat. The Russians do not have that, and there's no one to back up Russia. And so when Russia runs out of money, that's the end.
And how might this anniversary visit influence the ongoing peace negotiations, including expectation for future talks and security guarantees?
Well, the ongoing talks seem to have ground to a halt. It's been going on for really since the beginning, but since Trump came in more than a year ago at this point, they've been at full force. You have people like Witkoff making efforts in that regard. And so far, they have yielded nothing. And the reason they've yielded nothing is because, while, as we mentioned, Russia is destroying its economy and turning it into a few cornfields in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are in no such position. So the Russians are destroying their economy, but as soon as they stop the war, then the gas that they've been pumping into their economy by turning their economy into a fully war economy evaporates, and at that point it will crash. So Putin can't stop the war because that will be the end of him. But in the long run, he can't continue the war because he will simply run out of resources.
And with the war, obviously, on their 4th year for the anniversary, what long-term reconstruction and recovery challenges are Ukraine facing, and what role should Europe play in addressing them? As we know, Russia are targeting energy infrastructure and railways quite often, and it's looking like, even though the EU are giving them a lot of aid with lots of money, Russia seem to constantly try and go after how their humanitarian aid is needed more than military aid, I feel like, at the minute. What do you think?
Yes, well, the situation currently is that Ukraine is digging in. They're digging vast networks of trenches and rebutments to make it very difficult for the Russians to advance very much farther than they already have. And for the world's second greatest military, as people were describing them 4 years ago, the fact that they really managed to barely move 100 kilometers from their own borders is absolutely embarrassing. And my guess is that even though the aid for Ukraine is insufficient and should be higher, it is sufficient to allow them to continue hanging on, to continue holding the line, more or less, while Russia trades vast numbers of their own young men and military stockpiles for small tracts of territory with minimal value. As they continue to do that, the war will grind to a halt, and at some point, it is likely to reverse. And it will continue to go very, very slowly until suddenly, at some point, the Ukrainians find some kind of chink that they can take advantage of and will move forward, or simply, as we've already seen, a mutiny in the Russian ranks. Their top general, if you recall, about 2 years ago, turned his tanks and men around and headed north to Moscow. And that was only stopped by some kind of last-minute deal. And then he was assassinated a few months after that. So the situation there is very uncertain, but Russia is certainly a lot weaker than some of the people who will come on your program will tell you they are. They have a veneer of strength, but their weapons are insufficient. They're incapable of matching up to Western weapons. And right now, the war has shifted into a kind of unusual trench war, but one that is bolstered by drones in every direction. So both sides are using every day tens of thousands of drones. If the reports are true, and there is evidence that they are, the Russians are losing more than 30,000 men every day to death and tens of thousands more to injury. The Russians will soon enough have to end this war. But as we said, if they do end the war, their economy collapses. And they have lost so much. Russia will never be the same after this war. Even if Russia managed to capture the 4 regions that they have demanded from the Ukrainians, if they manage to do that, and there's no prospect of that happening soon, the result would be for them complete economic catastrophe, complete isolation from the rest of the world. They have lost 1 million men to death and serious injury, and they have lost millions more young people who have left Russia. Their best and brightest have left Russia and now live in Dubai, and they live in Morocco. Some of them have moved to Egypt and Turkey. Some are living in Europe, and some have moved to the United States. Those people will never return. That will be ultimately the biggest price they will pay, that those million plus young people, their best and brightest, are lost to them. And let me go into the next generation or two, where the world is constantly going to be under pressure for young, capable talent. As population shrinks in Western countries, including Russia, but Russia's population has been shrinking for decades already. Those people are gold for an economy, and they have lost those things. And all they have to show for this is a couple of 1,000 square kilometers of farmland, now riddled with mines and weaponry in Western Ukraine. And to get that, they have traded actually trillions of potential value from their economy.
Thank you so much, Saul, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has stated that Russian President Vladimir Putin failed to achieve his objectives following Russia's invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago. Marking the war's 4th anniversary, Zelensky declared that Ukraine remains resilient and committed to achieving lasting peace. Furthermore, in an interview, Zelensky urged former US President Donald Trump to visit Ukraine in order to truly understand the situation. Zelensky emphasized that Ukraine's sovereignty could not be compromised and warned that giving in to Putin's demands would result in disastrous consequences. As the conflict enters its 5th year, key challenges remain, including securing guarantees from Ukraine's allies regarding future security and peace efforts. Let's listen in.
Не досягнув своїх цілей, не зламав українців, не переміг в цій війні. Ми зберегли Україну, і ми зробимо все, щоб здобути мир і щоб була справедливість. До весни менше тижня ми долаємо найважчу зиму в історії. Це факт. І це дуже непросто. Непросто всім вам. Але так само, як у перший день війни, ми продовжуємо будувати своє завтра. Крок за кроком, справа за справою, здобуток за здобутком.
China has imposed export restrictions on 40 Japanese companies, citing national security concerns as tensions between the two countries escalate. The measures target dual-use items that can have civilian and military applications, affecting companies including Mitsubishi and subsidies, Subaru and Japan Space Agency. According to reports, the restrictions aim to curb Japan's remilitarization. Reports claim that Japan has lodged a protest and says it will respond appropriately. The dispute reportedly follows Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi comments on Taiwan and has contributed to a sharp drop in Chinese tourism to Japan. We are now being joined by Collins Chong-Yu-Keat, who's a foreign affairs, security and strategy analysis. Thank you for joining us here today on News X World. How do China's new export controls on dual-use goods to Japanese firms reflect Beijing's strategic concerns about Tokyo's military posture? And what does this mean for regional security dynamics in East Asia?
Well, Ali, this is expected. We have seen how this pressure is being escalated by Beijing, and this focus on dual-use items, also on the export controls on these Japanese entities. They're all meant to be, to be legally framed as part of this compliance security framework, while functioning politically as also a tool of punishment to Japan. This is clearly a targeted coercion against Japan's new move now under Takaichi, and also the strategic focus on this platform of Japanese strategic industrial backbone in terms of shipbuilding, in terms of high-end manufacturing, defense supply chains. So this signals that China is moving from rhetoric to a more structured economic statecraft and tool being used. And of course, this is, as part of these response measures and tools being used by China as part of this economic, retaliation, punishing Tokyo's strategic drift and changes in terms of its, security architecture, and of course, in terms of how the Takaichi administration is also, dealing with Taiwan. So, and the message is clear that from China to Japan, and of course to the wider region as well, that Japan cannot, expand deterrence measures, or to have a new security policy without paying these costs in terms of economic costs, in terms of economic impact, as well as in terms of these industrial costs now with this new measure, especially in regards to these new components or materials that have been at the forefront of this defense capability of Japan. But this will push Tokyo further to the to have greater fallback options in terms of the wider markets in the region, not focusing on the dependence on China as a whole. Of course, also it will push Japan. It will give more pretext to Japan now to align deeper with Washington, with the other East Asian powers, especially also in upping this ante in terms of greater security measures with regards to defending Japan's interests, with regards to Taiwan, with regards to also the new audience in Southeast Asia and in other parts of the world, also in the Quad pact as well. And this will in fact even push Japan further to consolidate its own measures to protect its own economic interests, but ultimately to protect and to strengthen its own deterrent capacity with regards to its hard power platform. Ellie.
And what are the potential short and long-term impacts on global supply chains, especially in industries that depend on advanced technologies and critical materials affected by China's export curbs?
Well, it has been happening, and this is not the one-stop measure. China has turned the entire supply chain equation to one of its strongest tools that it has now to both punish actors who have not been in line with its own interests, and we have seen measures by these powers also to realign their own strategic deflection points, and we have seen also how various tools have been implemented to ensure that there's this sufficient support system in place, and also to strengthen their own ties with the West, especially with the US, when it comes to the strategic necessity for the deterrent capacity in terms of also strengthening supply chain resilience other than China, other than the global South. But I don't see this to be impactful in terms of creating this storm in the entire supply chain equation for the region. Different East Asian and Southeast Asian actors have been well aware of how China has been using this, and they have been also practicing different maneuvers in terms of this strategic hedging between both powers, and of course also in ensuring that they are not overexposed to any kind of this direct implication of how China might use this as a tool to mold or to form compliance or this greater realignment of these powers, strategic foreign policy maneuvering. And but clearly we have seen how this in fact will backfire on China, and how this will be used as a pretext for these powers, also for these actors who have been wary of these Chinese actions, to turn to this on the side of the West in terms of securing the deterrent capacity and the trust and confidence that these powers will get from the West, especially by the US, and this will also give these backfiring implications for Beijing in the long run.
Thank you, Collins Chong-Yuki, but please don't go anywhere, as I'll be back with you very shortly. Thank you. We are coming at you with some breaking news now. A military helicopter has crashed into a fruit and vegetable market in central Iran, killing at least 4 people, including the pilot and co-pilot. The incident occurred in Khomeini-Shah near Isfahan when the helicopter, which was on a training mission, went down in a busy marketplace. 2 market stall workers also lost their lives in the crash. The crash caused a fire that was later extinguished by emergency responders. Authorities are investigating the cause, but a technical malfunction is believed to have been a factor. This is the 2nd aviation accident in Iran within a week. We are now being joined by Collins Chong-Yuki again. Thank you for joining us back here for this breaking news. As we've just heard, it's not the first time this has happened this week. What can you explain about this situation with Iran right now and their position?
Well, certainly it's being increasingly being cornered. We've also seen different arguments in place as to how and why Iran is still not, moving from its own hardline stance, and even with this, power projection, strength projection by the Trump administration in terms of the sheer hard power capacity now in full force in the Middle East, and still he has not budged, the Iranian stance, and we have seen how also. President Trump has always, emphasized on the need to secure a deal before any use of force is being considered. But we are now entering a very critical week as to, to see the kind of responses from the Iranian regime as to how it will have to eventually make a deal with the US, or to face, the fate that he has now long being shielded from. So the tensions are there, of course, but still we still have this small window of diplomatic opening that can still be salvaged by both sides. But this is definitely the kind of this tensions or the critical tipping points that both sides will want to avoid. But it remains to be seen as to how the structure, the depth, the volume, and the extent of what actions that might be taken, especially by President Trump, in terms of giving this narrative and this message not only to Iran but to wider world, that eventually will come to a point that the needs and the patience of the Trump administration will run thin, and eventually the use of force will be executed. But as of now, it still remains to be seen. But I still foresee there's still a silver lining, and there's still some resemblance of hope in the next couple of days. And of course, these incidents certainly add to the the wariness on both sides. But I've yet to see any indications of President Trump, to finally use that tool, in regards to also with this still the union address coming up, and of course he will want also to bolster his image of being a man of peace, and that a deal can still be made with the right approach and the right initiative also being shown by Iran in this aspect.
Thank you, Colin Strong-Yuki, but please don't go anywhere as we'll be back with you very shortly. US President Donald Trump is set to deliver his State of the Union address today, marking a crucial moment for his presidency with approval ratings slumping and tensions rising, particularly over Iran and domestic issues. As he faces political headwinds both at home and abroad, Trump will use the address to rally support for his administration's achievements, including his economic policies and tough border stance. However, a Supreme Court decision on his global tariffs and a growing economic slowdown threaten to overshadow his speech. With midterm elections on the horizon, Trump is expected to highlight his foreign policy, especially on Iran, and his efforts to ease the cost of living. We are now being rejoined by Colin Strong-Yuki. Thank you for joining us back here today.
Thank you, Lee.
With parts of his own party pressuring him to emphasize economic concerns, how effective can Trump be in balancing domestic priorities with broader foreign policy narratives during the address?
Well, Trump has always been on the side of the American people. We have seen how his policies, his efforts for the past year, and have given positive results not only to the American people but of course to the country as well. But repeatedly they have been failed by the resistance being felt domestically as well as from abroad. The latest being the decision by the Supreme Court on the tariff system. But the State of the Union is about one central idea where, for President Trump, America will still need and will have to remain the central and decisive power in the world, where economic strength, military strength, and political will must reinforce one another. And this is the foundation of Trump's strategy. But we have seen how these bold approaches, these bold models being used, eventually we'll see the inevitable resistance being shown, where when a president tries to change the central idea that the globalist system has failed and that there's this compelling need now to undo the damage of the past, and hence this is the expected cause that will need to be dealt with. But Trump's vision is not about isolation; it's about a world that is stable and peaceful, based on the mantra of peace through strength, and the need for nations to play their role in this equation where they are not ripping off the US, and they are also being made to be responsible in terms of securing their own security needs and defenses, and of course also when they rely on the US, whether it's on the US market, whether it's on US technology, whether it's on US security umbrella, there's a cost to be paid, and that cost will now need to be paid by all these nations in terms of readjusting the failed models of the past, and in terms of also ensuring that they play their part. They are also responsible for their own support system, and of course, and this is exactly and precisely what President Trump has stood up for. But structural reform is never smooth, but stagnation is even more dangerous. And President Trump sees that whether it's from the billions of dollars of returns from the tariff system that's now being passed over to the American people, whether it's from the rejuvenation of the U.S. military order in terms of the Golden Fleet, in terms of battle force, and of course solving and deterring more than 8 conflicts throughout the world. So these are all the major achievements being made, but they are not really being translated into the needed impact being felt by the people. And hence we have seen how this